Hey there, Silver Tongue Devil here, and in this live stream we're going to be giving away some keys for the fantastic Hellsweeper. As you can see, I'm starting my intro in the usual, what would you say, idiom of upside down. I'll try and stay away from doing the upside down a little bit tonight. However, I make no guarantees. If you feel a bit queasy, just look away. Just look away. You don't need to go upside down in this game. Not all the time. But it can help. So, what is Hellsweeper? For those of you who've played Sairento, you will know exactly what you are getting into. It's all about killing the multitudes with style. Unlike Sairento, we have a roguelike, right? Yes, I'll sort it all out. The mic is fully charged. The mic is fully charged tonight. So that I can show off the game a little bit, I'm probably going to have to play this in extreme. One of the other things to note as well is classes. They were added a little while ago. I'm still leveling up Acrobat because I think that's probably one of the best styles for me. Although I have maxed out the all-rounder one that you start out with. And then there's other styles as well if you want to be a magician, a summoner, a gunslinger, or face plant projectiles. I think this is more for hand-to-hand, which is something that I have not really engaged in within this game, but now I've got everything done and everything leveled up. That's the next thing. That's the next thing to do. Hello, Ken. So we'll pop it on extreme. That's one down from top level. We don't say that, Weeps. Which is just stop it. So we have a roguelike mode. This is just basically a continuation of arenas with various objectives, but you get more and more powerful as you go along. And like any good roguelike, you can become broken. And like any good roguelike that you've put a good amount of time into, you can become broken very quickly. Look, just don't, alright? It makes me paranoid. The amount of times, silent stream when. My mic went down for 20 minutes and I have never heard so much panic in chat during the last stream. But not tonight. Not tonight. So, our first thing, the stone hand is our reward sort of thing. Hello young man Radius. The stone hand is our reward. So once we have completed a level, this thing will appear, give us money and souls, which is very much based on style. Like 95% based on style, and will give us various choices. Right? Panic in the Disco. Blessings are another thing on top of the absolute plethora of weapons and magic and hand-to-hand that are available in this game. Blessings are an additional thing that will allow us to put a little modifier on what we're doing. So here, I've got them all unlocked, and there's a lot of them. Guardian Angel, when struck with a fatal hit, well, that won't be happening, so we're not taking that. Different strokes. Increased damage by 40% when dual-wielding different weapons. I'm probably not going to be doing that anyway, so these aren't great. I've already got some locked in. That's because of the class. For those amongst you that are veterans, I'm talking to John 4 here. John Forez. I'm talking to John Forez here. He'll know how powerful Gilded Boots is. Gilded Boots is broken. We like Gilded Boots. Gilded Boots gives you shields. Shields are broken. So, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 acts to complete. Then we get the first boss. I'm going to make a point of getting this run complete tonight. So now I'm going to try and maximize the amount of style that I get here. You can conveniently look on your watch to see what your objective is. You'll also see that our health and mana is here as well. I haven't got the health and mana bars on because, again, I've turned them off for doing various video recordings. Right then, you early birds, time for your rewards. Vaughn, yeah, so if you would like to win a copy of Hellsweeper for native for the Quest 3, I will require the broom emoji in the chat starting now. You have until, well, I would say until I finish this section, but that's only going to give you 45 seconds. I mean, I can stretch that out. I wonder how. I can stretch that out with a little bit of slow time. So, one of the other things that I would say, clear your area before you start. It's these blue totems that turn into red totems. It's red totems that will be killing you without you realizing what's going on. If we now operate in this area, we don't have to worry too much about getting hit by anything other than the enemies. So, let's go. Oh, sorry. I did say that we would be doing an awful lot of upside down tonight, but that's never gonna be part of my AO. So the other thing with style, as long as we are hitting enemies regularly, it doesn't matter about the killing side of things, it's just about them. So look at these. So we didn't kill or hit quickly enough, which is why our multiplayer has gone down. It doesn't matter too much because in these timed events, these survival events, we've got the bonus of unlimited enemies. Sucks to be them, obviously. I'll just stick to hopping about. But the thing is as well with this, hopping about will get you a 2x multiplier on everything that you do. You'll see when I shot him, it went from 4 to 5. When I shot him in the air, it went from 2 to 4. So just being in the air is enough to double your combo at most times. Now, sometimes it works. Not today. Hello, Fee. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It does depend on the upgrades that you've got. But smashing enemy bodies, get into the habit of doing it. We do have the powers of levitation, so it's easy enough to do. Really? Are you not seeing the combo numbers on stream? You should be. They are going to be very small, so it's quite difficult to show off. I mean, I'm definitely seeing them. If that's not showing up on stream, that's not hilarious. Yeah, just for you, Radius. Shoot guys quick. There you go. The combos actually come up off of the enemies. I will demonstrate this. It's one of the major things within this game that there are tutorials within this game. There's a lot of things that are within the game, but they're hidden behind a couple of menus. There used to be I mean, there is a proper tutorial when you first start the game. There are a few things, like for instance, one of the things that I can show you is if you go onto a weapon that is in your loadout and inspect it and hit information, you'll get information about various bits and pieces. They totally should have got me to do these videos. So, but the videos are serviceable. The videos are great. They'll tell you what to do. Like, you know, you can fan pistols in this game. You can do slam fire with the shotguns in this game. There's so many things within this game. It is unreal. If you can think of a way that you want to kill people, there'll probably be a way to do it. Like, you know, it's called Hellsweeper. You can get a broom. You can kill people with that broom. Chests. How could we forget about you? Lovely, lovely chests. So this is part of the looting mechanic, which I am not going to be able to engage in because I haven't got enough keys. Simple as silver will give you 1 and 2 times rewards. Golds will give you 2 and 3. Jades simply counts as unlocking every lock within a chest as gold. Well, and you can go upside down and fly it, Jay. I mean, and you can dual wield said brooms. Vacuum cleaner update is... I don't think you're going to see that for Hellsweeper for the level of tech that we're dealing with. Like, even the pistol is, as lovely a model as it is quite antiquated. I mean, it's pretty advanced. It's got 3 barrels on, which is cool as fuck. So, yeah, I don't think there's any keys. Right, I think we're all in. Von Pickers our first winner of the evening, whilst I mess about. The levitation powers in the game are very cool. Doing this does have a reason. For those of you who don't know, blood magic is... I know, right? I thought you might lose your shit on that one, K2. And it can even have more than 7 chambers. These crystals are part of blood magic. So if you've ever, like when I first started, and I didn't have blood magic unlocked, these are things that will just explode out of enemies when you splatter them, when you give them. And doing that, actually, like, consuming a crystal within your hand then gives you blood magic, but you need to have unlocked blood magic to interact with that. I have probably the most broken ability that allows me to use blood magic like another kind of magic, like fire or like lightning. And so if you like... Well done, gentlemen. Congratulations. So... one of the very cool things about this game is the sheer scope and variety of the amount of things that you can do. So that level, to try and maximize style, I've gone for pistols, because feigning weakness within this game, which will be a tips and tricks thing that I'll be coming to at some point, is also a strategy, which is why I've tried to use one of my weaker weapons at the start, because it's all about hits and not so much kills. So the weaker your weapon, the higher you can get your multiplier up, and so the more style you can get. So Stonehand is here to indicate our next level. Style, this is about half, well, it's actually less than half than what we need. And you get money and souls. Money, souls, or obols. I never refer to them as obols or obols in my streams because it's a very silly name, so I just call it money. Another thing that I have noticed, and I've had a word with the devs about making it more apparent, is that with some of the weapon upgrades, I haven't seen it on magic ones, is you get, this is actually, I don't know if you can see, the problem is it doesn't differentiate very well from the normal ones, but they are gold. And the gold ones actually have a better, well, they have a better chance of you getting the combined rewards. I'll show you what I mean in a minute, because we're probably going to go for that. The other thing as well is the next objective that we get is based on our selection. Oh, it's being very nice to be here. We might be getting a, well, they're an infinite corridor now, but they used to be called a trove. Let's take these, because these are gold. See this here? Usually you can only get these, a little bit gambling. Usually you can only get these when you have a certain combination of traits. That's the only time that they'll show up. With the gold weapons, there's a chance that they'll just show up anyway. It might even be at least one of them 100% chance. Now, again, more testing required. We will have a really long clip. Increase magazine size by 30%. For that to even show up, that's one of the things I don't like. For that to even show up, we need to have at least 3 of these. Now, we do have 3, but if we had less, there's a chance that will show up anyway. So let's forge it. For anybody who hasn't played the game recently as well, they've taken away, is what Hellsweeper, the Mixed Realms, are doing with the game, is they're kind of taking away with one hand some of the toys that we have, and then, unbeknownst to, I think, quite a few, giving so much more back. Like, for instance, now we have the ability to upgrade ad infinitum with any with the upgrades that aren't limited, so you can just literally keep on picking the thing that is making you more powerful over and over and over again. It can make broken builds even more broken. Right, what should we do next? Some bow play, I think. Now, the bow in this game, when I first started playing it, was nothing like the one in Sairento, and was a bit terrible. And I think I put a complaint in, or at least I said some words, because I needed the bow to work, and I needed the bow to work really well, and it didn't. Now it does. This isn't even a kill the enemies, this is a get the stuff. So again, no, I'm destroying all the blue totems. On this one, it's so that I can complete the level. One thing to note, this is because I have the grapple hook attachment to my bow, not the guide for aiming, because that is not, well, as you can probably see, that is not zeroed to where the line is. You can use it as a bit of a marker, I guess, at really long ranges, but that's not the thing. Oh, also, here's something you can't do in IDU. And that's a weapon. And there's physics. I mean, you know, it's a bit wonky on the physics department, but always a good thing. Right. Different kind of problems require different kind of solutions. This is a puzzle, so to speak. One of the things to note, because it does say this in the tutorial, but again, it's very easy to glance off of, because it had momentum. If I levitated you in the air and then spun you at 200 or plus miles an hour and then let go, you'd probably bounce too. I mean, I'm sure we can demonstrate that at some point in the future. So now you'll be thankful that the puzzles are very easy within the game, but it is easy to miss the subtleties of the puzzles. Now let's just prep the area a little bit. Take these D20s. I'm assuming that's what they were going for. You need to... You are most welcome, gentlemen. You need to attach the correct colour to the right pillar. You can just stuff these in any old colour, any old way if you want to, but attaching the right colour to the right pillar increases the amount of rewards that you get. I shall demonstrate. So, a fairly simple puzzle. So, purple in this one? Putting the purple in the purple, this can have up to 4, and you are time limited, and some of the levels can be particularly short on blue totems, which can make this a bit of a pain in the bottom. Putting the right ones in the right ones gives you more soul coins, more actual currency, and more rewards. Mana Thief is a very, very, very good trait, especially if you are finding with the latest update, because of how the system works now, you are constantly low mana, which how I had the game and how I usually play, or how I used to play, I was finding that I was at low mana constantly. There is the London accented narrator that you would hear in the little intro video thing, that, or the trailer. He is in the game and will berate you. Will berate you. Thank you. Yeah, it's all about putting wrong-shaped objects into wrong-shaped holes. Well done, Op. I learnt that from Op. So, yeah. Usually, it's this little bug which guides you to things, and he's a Cockney. He's a Londoner. I've turned it all off. But, you know, I can attach him to the bow and fire him off, and I actually get a special effect because of it. Can't remember what that does. We'll have to use bug at some point. We also have on-demand multi-shot. This can go very silly, and you can fire a lot more arrows than that. And, yeah, just in case you forgot that there's upside down in the game, let's do a cartwheel! Woohoo! It's all about the flips in this game for me. But again, so our own Siobhan plays this game, and I believe she loves it as much as I. And she enjoys having the magic staff and doing the combinations of magic and flying around the place on her Vault plus Ice magic. Can't remember what it's called now. Escapes me. And that's a way to play, kind of playing as, like, you know, a killer slash support. And there are so many things. So many things. You can do your wall running. You are extremely mobile if you can use the air dash, although it is quite, as you'll have heard, quite mana intensive. For those of you who like barrel rolls, you can do a side flip and then air dash forward. That's as barrel roll for me as you'll ever get. So, and doggo, well, that's part of the support, isn't it? Now we have some keys. So where we can, we want to use silvers as least as possible, and we want to use golds because they will give the top level rewards. One of the things that I didn't get to mention in one of my videos is that the less locks a chest has, the lower rewards. I just said, obviously, the more locks, the more rewards. Using a gold on a single lock chest will only ever give you up to a +2. Again, I've said it in the video, but it's something you need to know. But let's see what we get, shall we? This can be a host of upgrades for things that we already have, or new things that we can actually equip mid-run. These bullets, although they might not feel very good, are one of the best skills for any of the firearms bar the Tempest in the game. And the reason being is because of this Libertarian. But I digress. We'll talk about that one later. We'll just take one more bullet for now. I don't really need... I mean, I could use the XP. Let's just concentrate on mana reduction. And so this is the roguelike element of you picking the various bits and pieces. And I'll be honest here, most of the stuff that you can pick can make your character or the weaponry that you can then rely on absolutely balked, which then allows you to have a medium to unlock everything else. If you're really good with the pistol and good at going upside down, you can use that to unlock and get to top level every single thing in the game. And there are so many weapons. So many. Oh, here's a combination of fire and vault magic. This is haze magic. And that has a load of additional effects with it. Don't mind me, just equipping things. Some of these are very cool. Like, as far as magic is concerned, so I've given you a little taste of blood magic, but we have lightning magic, or vault magic as it is in this, and we have fire magic as well. Each magic is summoned as an orb, which can be just cast at your enemies. Which is okay, but is a little underwhelming, especially with the fireball one. The lightning one, when upgraded, just chains across the entire level. Fucking glorious. The blood one as well, as I said, we get little blood ghosts when we drop that one, and they'll literally just hunt and kill things. They'll only do one hit and then disappear, but you can just... Well, if there's a lot of those are actually going under the floor because there's not enemies about. But you can literally keep on casting those, and they'll just keep on going out and doing the business. And then on top of that, you've got the ability to thrust forward with trigger, and you'll get a different kind of spell. So if you wanted a flamethrower, well, there you have it. If you wanted to create some kind of black hole... Oh no, I've got the other skill on. I forgot about that one. This is normally a black hole. This is actually a very important thing as well that I love about these sort of games when done right. The effect, the upgrades that you get change not just the properties. This isn't just a, oh, your gun does plus 10% more damage. They actually change how you use it and how it works. Like, normally I would fire this and it would create a little tear in the fabric of space and time, suck everything into it. At the moment, I've upgraded that ability so that it does that bit of glory. So... And then what else have we got? And then, yeah, I mean, if you just need laser beams, we got those too. That's the thrust forward on magic. And then, you know, in any good game, why use one when you could use two? But what if we smush? And then all of a sudden, we can just move around the level like Thor, electrocuting everything that we move through. Now, that's just the half of it, because you can do this and quite easily just absolutely rinse through levels if you have the upgrades done right. But as you can see, this is quite mana intensive. One of the things I haven't actually covered yet, how am I doing all of this? That's a good question. On the loadout, left, up, right, down. Those are, all I'm doing is holding grip and moving my hand in the right way. So, as far as the fireball side of things is concerned, we have a very similar thing where we can just move around absolutely destroying things. But wait, there is more. That is a good question on Blade and Sorcery. Yes, is the short answer. I've already been offered to do some bits and pieces for them, but it's PC VR. I'm staying away from it. There's two games that I make an exception for. One is related very much to the asker of that question. The other is Warhammer or Warhammer 40k. I know that's technically 3. Anyway, so fireballs. The strength of magic is in the mush, the point, and the fire. These are the ultimates, I guess, or combination magics. And so we can fire huge fireballs. It's one of the magics you start out with, and when you upgrade it once, you've got the ability to do that straight off the bat. And if you are good with the system, and all I'm doing is summoning 2 fireballs, crashing them together, pointing at the enemy, and then pulling both triggers. And that will explode when it gets to a certain distance, or hit something, and also fires loads. I haven't got any apples and pens. Damn it up, you've ruined my stream again. If only I had an apple and a pen. So frustrated. That box must die. So we've also got, with the lightning side of things, the ability to give it our best Emperor Palpatine routine as well. And all of the different magics have these normal throne orbs, thrust forward abilities, AoE traveling around abilities, and face forward. And so each magic has 4 or 5 different casts, each more powerful and fiendish than the last. But wait, there's one more thing. So if you took lightning and combined it with fire, oh, you just get a completely different and new kind of magic that you can then use, which then has its own special abilities. That one's very mana intensive. So, like for instance, blood is one of my favorites. That will literally, the evil host will literally go about the level, I don't know how better or more eloquently that I can put it, that it just goes about the level chopping shit up. That's what it does. That's its function. And you can summon as many as your mana allows, and they'll just go off and kill for you. So if you've ever liked, you kind of, I'm a big fan of like necromantic builds within this game, and that's more to do with the fact that I can summon a legion of whatevers to go do my bidding, and I don't have to work very hard. So there's also then, blood magic is actually a little bit more special than most of the other magics in that it has a different kind of evil host depending on what you combined it with, be it fire, lightning, or ice. And that's very good. This one's silly powerful, so I don't use it very much, but that one with its Omni Beam just goes around the level, just absolutely decimating everything. But it's too powerful. It does it too quickly. And it's all about delayed gratification and pushing out the combos and the hits in this game to get that style score up. So it's magic, 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 magic. And everything that has a thing with it can be combined with a thing as well. And just one more thing. If you take the magic, imbue it within yourself, and then cast another kind of magic and thrust that forward, you will get a different kind of attack all over again. I do like that one. Those are homing as well, by the way. So that's me now imbuing myself with the magic. Now, I have played this a lot, and when you first play the game, it can be a little bit overwhelming with all the different button presses and all the different pieces that you can get. But again, I think it's another one of the strengths of this game, is it feathers all that cool stuff to you. And I told you that you can combine all the magic with all the weaponry as well, right? And then that changes the properties of the weapon. So that now fires, when it gets far enough, splits into 3 arrows. Whereas your fire bow will fire explosive arrow. Because why wouldn't it, right? There is, and the thing is, the game just goes on and on and on. Did I say? I can't, no, we can summon rocks from the fucking ground and just hurl them at our enemies. Now, if that wasn't cool enough, not only can we summon rocks from the ground, but we can equip ourselves with them, and then we can do a little bit of a Hulk smash routine. These are the hand-to-hand element of this game I haven't really played around a lot with yet. But this time, you know, I've got everything unlocked now. I'm hoping to do at least one more stream. Oh, and you can fire these at the enemies as well, like fucking missiles. And it just goes on and on and on and on and on. When I said that there's not a lot that you can do in this game, I wasn't kidding. I wasn't kidding. Well, you say that. You say that, Fee. You say that, Fee, but a lot of these combinations you've been able to do from the start. Something that the devs let me into the other day. And I was educating Von on not so long ago. If you... Oh no, we don't want to do it with a powered weapon. If you summon magic, throw it in the air and shoot it, it has another effect again. And all sorts of nasty stuff. So, like for instance, you should be able to see that now has a decent size explosion, but it also sends a cascade of bullets all over the place, and embers and all sorts of other nasty effects as well. So, right, now there is a rogue-like in here as well. Hello, Beavis. There is a roguelike in here as well. I don't know if I remember mentioning that or not. Now, I have been educating Von in how to level up quickly in this, and I've had some things confirmed by the devs. I was under the impression that money and souls did have a... there's still more as well. There's still more. So, it's just like Hellraiser. So many things to show you. So... And that's quite fitting because it is Hellsweeper. So the money and the soul side of things, you need souls to do your upgrades for the various weapons to get their levels up to maximum, which then adds even more bits and pieces. So, but I was under the impression that money and souls, the amount that you had, actually affected your XP in some way. I've been told that that is not the case, and the variations that I've been seeing in the XP testing that I've been doing is something else, which I'll talk about in a little bit later on. However, you need souls to rank up your things once they are at top level. The best way to collect as many souls as possible is to not spend money or souls, because it all converts to more souls at the end of the chapter and at the end of the runs. So, should buy some things because we're allowed to spend our money. You can do the standard shop refresh, and as long as you are hitting the style caps and getting lots and lots of money, this is how you get this game utterly fucking broken really quickly. Now, that's just a stat boost. We need mana. Oh, we're going to need mana. Strangely, at the stage that I'm playing at, I don't want damage. I want to feign weakness. I want to be getting as many hits on enemies as possible. So, unless I am really struggling, I'm not taking increased damage. These things are reasonably cheap. What I want is, well, that's a thing. Hello. Some holy magic that allows us to do something else. As I have educated Von in, one of my favourite traits, paid violence. Well, we want to get paid for violence, don't we? Get 100% more loot when dismembering enemies. Now, unholy magic and blood magic is the holy trinity of this game, and the reason being is this... get 100% more loot when dismembering enemies. You know that blood host thing that we can sell? Well, you know how I said that it just goes around the level, chopping shit up? That's classed as a dismember. You get money and souls now for dismembering. And it's combos, and it just goes on and on and on and on and on. There's also augments to each weapon as well. For anybody who is struggling with the mana side of things in this game at the moment, i.e. casting one gun and then finding that your mana is bottomed out, the reason potentially is because either you've got too many traits on, which is a problem, but more likely you might have a lot of these on. And so and I can do this now as well. Barrel extension changes. I'll show these off when I've got a little bit more money to play with. Barrel extension. Guess what? The gun looks bigger. Split barrel. You literally, you fire more shots. Barrel under barrel. Your gun gets more barrels underneath. Again, I'll show that one. Yeah, I'll show that one off later. K2's going to love this one. So you then have 6 barrels. And it just gets silly. So, and you know, and if you don't want that, you can always put a knife on it, and then your pistol becomes a capable hand-to-hand combat weapon. So much. Like, there's so much within this game and so much going on within this game for me to tell and show. I'll miss things, and I'm not usually very good. My memory is terrible when it comes to these sort of things within games. It's spot on, and I'll tell you now, I'll be forgetting something by the end of this stream. There will be levels of detail that I have forgotten to cover. So, this level, we have totems. Totems are probably one of the best kinds of missions for you to pick, and the reason being, Kim, you were sold ages ago. It is intuitive, but what I am trying to do here is I'm not trying to confuse anybody or try and wow anyone with the amount of variety here. If I was watching a game like this and I was like, oh, so it's about style, so like wall running and flipping, yeah, cool, great, or sliding along the ground and jumping through the air, okay, cool. But then it's also can be just about the kinds of magic. And if you see a magic that you like, this game might be for you. If you see a weapon system that you like, this game might be for you. So if I showcase it all, then you've seen it all, and then you can go, yes, I can play this game exactly the way that I want to play it. For the enemy questions, the variety, there is a decent amount of enemies, and then each enemy has 3 elemental variants on top of that as well. So, totems. Destroy the totems. As far as 4-player co-op, I think that might be a bit much. The katana is coming in the next update, but what if I told you we already have one? What if I told you that by having unholy magic to level 2, we already have a katana? And not just, well, this is actually an enemy's katana, but it is so big, it is basically a Nadachi. So, a really, really long war-like katana. katana, and this doesn't have as much variety because this is actually an enemy weapon. And one of the things I don't know, because I haven't tried... Oh, you can! I don't know if that was in previously or not. So different weapons have these different enemy weapons have different variants, and those variants... Can I spin that still? No, I can't. I can just chuck it. Lovely. Those different variants have different properties again. So, thank you very much. Well, no, like, this is an enemy this is an enemy katana, but to us, it's Nadachi size. So, because, yeah, it isn't necessarily about the length of the handle, it's more to do with the length and the tang of the blade. So, and then there's elemental variants, depending... In fact, I've never seen a blood one. So that'll have life-leeching properties as well. You know, it's the simple things. It's just a red blade. That's all it really is. But then colours can matter when you're trying to do things with style. It does change the... Well, at least colours, so probably properties. You can pick up enemy weapons, but you can't keep them. But when you have unholy magic unlocked, you can equip, and you have it unlocked to, again, one of the things that I will say, go on, because it's a lot of information to take in. Go onto the thing in question, hit inspect, go to information. The unholy skill allows you to use enemy abilities through their weapons and certain body parts, so you can grab their arms and cast their magic more efficiently. That I'll forget about. At Unholy Level Mastery 2, you will have the ability to consume enemy crystals. For special effects, that's changed. It used to be just life. We might have to start eating some crystals today. And then at Unholy 2, you can then start summoning and using the various bits and pieces. There's more than just the katana in this game as well, as far as oversized weapons. If anybody has any Pyramid Head dreams, I think he carries around one of these. Or something like it. Or is it a big sword? It's been a long time since I played. Right? Hey, I'll just keep on whittering. Eventually, you'll lock onto something. Like, for you, it was the 20 shooter with 6 barrels. That'll get you. That'll get you. So, we've got huge fuck-off cleavers, the Nodachi variant of a standard chef's cleaver. And that has its various strikes as well and various powers. And then again, if we were to cast some magic and imbue it into ourselves and then cast the thing, we would get the nice blue lightning variant of the weapon, which that one doesn't have any projectiles, but yeah, so that's some of the bits and bobs that we have on offer. There's also like, I don't know, if you this is Quest 3 and Steam, so if you wanted... Oh yeah, no, of course it's Quests 2. If you wanted to be a Scythe Reaper type, then, you know, that's a thing, and that comes imbued with your various different things. The different enemies that have their different elements have these different weapons as well. Anyway, that's enough of that. Let's kill some shit. So, again, deal with these from a distance. Try and kind of clear our area so that we don't get absolutely destroyed. The way that this mission's going to work is we destroy the totems, and killing all of the totems will then stop the enemies spawning. This is where you come to practice, or if you're not very good at it, get your style score up. Because, as you can appreciate, if we don't kill the totems and we can survive here, well, then we can thrive. On Quest 2, I think it's alright. It's alright. They are doing a lot. As I said, part of the problem that I find for this game is that... So, are you guys not seeing the numbers? The little white things that appear when I shoot them. You should be. And then the little style scores as well. Oh, try and give you a close-up. See that? Ah, cool, you can see that. Yeah, good. No, someone said that they couldn't earlier. You can? What? I can't believe you at this point, Ken. Soon. Well, you do, yeah, it is going to be quite small. That is a thing. You are, you do have to enter the emoji in each time. Okay, cool. Yeah, they're obviously in the headset, they're quite big for me, so. Good. Ken must be on his phone. That must be it. So, let's see. Cool. And Von giving me a nudge is my reminder that we're going to do a giveaway soon. Oh, they naturally just shrink away. Here's a cool thing. As you're fighting, you get stuff stuck in your hands. You don't see this in VR games, and I don't know why. That does look quite painful. One of the things is, it does have quite a profound effect on you, because you can get multiple of these through the same hand, both hands, and there's all sorts of things that just get in there. And what do we do when we have a knife in? Well, we simply wrench it out. But look at my life, and how my maximum is missing about 1/5. Now, it doesn't matter because we've got so many shields at this point, but do pull them out. Do pull them out, because then that you can't do, because you want to get them out as quickly as possible. I'm not getting killed. Isn't it just? Sorry for the upside down people, not sorry. And so, if you are one of these types that likes to do, like, look at the, I don't know if you can see this, but the scores that I'm getting for this are like almost 10,000 in style at a time. And, yeah. And there's ways that you can game that system, you'll be happy to know as well, is that if you jump or flip whilst there's magic out, say, I don't know, going and doing a job for you, if I was to now jump and flip and put the game into slow time, you'll see that my blood host, even though I'm upside down and doing nothing more than just being upside down, is going out there and doing the job and getting the style bonuses that I would normally get for being upside down, or, for that matter, just being in midair. Now, I can't get blood host working the way that I want to at the moment. I haven't got the upgrades, but it's coming. Let's do some bow play for a little bit, shall we? Oop. For those of you who do want to know, it is literally putting your hands in the air. You can even use your bow look to bounce off of the floor. Oh, missed. I prefer handsprings myself, but, you know, can't satisfy everybody. Pushing off of enemies. And I'm just probably heading out into orbit at this point. And so for the maybe younger or VR attuned or VR, like, here's another thing that you might want to get this game for. You want to test those VR legs that you've got? This is the time. Because if you can do it, you can make this game even more rewarding than it already is for yourself. Note as well how these guys have got a load of different attacks now. Not that we've seen much in the ways of attacks, but they've all got a bunch of new attacks now. And that's because they're the elemental variants of the various enemies. Oh, couldn't do it. Oh, we need to eat crystals, don't we? You can throw the corpses of your enemies into enemies as well. When you've weakened an enemy enough, it is then susceptible to your levitation. Ow. Ow! Look at that. 2 knives in us, and I am already now only able to regenerate back to half of my maximum health. Again, if you are dying in this game and don't realise why, this is it. Well, that is a good point, actually, Kim. this is not Hellsinger. I did look at Hellsinger earlier, as it happens, and I was like, hang on, isn't that just Hellsweepers, but with, like, death metal? So I have got the music off. And there is a decent soundtrack to this game, but I've just got it off for the moment. It is not quite as bombastic, probably as emotively invoking as Dungeons of Eternity, and that's quite a steep claim because that game is something else in those regards. But it is powerful on Dungeons. Right, a little bit more style and then we'll finish the level. The way you finish an enemy matters. Shooting that guy in the body, I will just get pierced. Headshotting them, my multiplier goes a lot further. And then there is other kinds of multipliers that you can get based on magic. You like to throw rocks? Yeah, of course you do. So that was bashed, for instance. So I would imagine... Oh, definitely. Definitely. I think I turned it off trying to turn the bug guy off, and I just might not have put it back on. And the problem is with my tips and tricks videos, a lot of games I miss out on the music and background ambience because it can absolutely ruin the cuts. Thank you, Vaughn. It can absolutely ruin the cuts. When I'm putting the videos together. Alright, let's get this one finished and then I'll whitter on some more about all the stuff that you can do. So now that we've killed all the totems, we just have to finish off. Oh, you can also slide in the game just by ducking down a little bit. And for those of you who have got bad knees, you can adjust how much it wants you to come down to slide with a slider. So you can make it so you just do a little squat. I like to go down on the floor and then we slide. And this is additional combo tasticness and gives you additional modifiers as well. That is a good idea, actually, Vaughn. Right. 1 down, 4 to go. If you would like to win a copy of the excellent Hellsweepers, get me a broom emoji in the chat to be entered for your chance to win. So yeah, battery check. That sounds like a good idea. The sliding I haven't actually played around with a lot in this one because a lot of the levels don't have that straight or those straight places to go. Yeah, the batteries go on for absolute days. My one hasn't even come down yet. Oh, I wonder if it's because I haven't got it plugged in. Yep. God, it's a good job this charges faster than it goes down. So it's the only problem that I've got at the moment is I have to connect my Quest to my PC, and putting it back in, the battery doesn't always connect automatically. So, but we'll be all right. We'll be all right. So, if we're not, we'll just take a quick break for like 15 minutes and then get back to it. So, right, let's get some chests open whilst you guys are doing it. We've only got silver keys. The other thing to note as well, keys only drop from the yellow totems. The blue ones actually just drop money and souls. The yellow ones do as well, but they also can drop keys. Oh, look, it's all the weapons that we were playing with. But yeah. Right. Quick drink. But yeah, I don't need to worry on the battery side of things now with the setup that I have with KKO, BBC, VV, VZ, VR, whatever. Not anymore. Oh, unholy magic? Why, you shouldn't have. We are going to push either discount as far as mana is concerned. Like, for instance, this is actually quite a good one. Not this one, but I think you need to have packed lunchbox to be able to unlock the one that I want. The one that I want is enemies explode after so many seconds. What does that mean? Well, they explode automatically. What kind of kill is an explosion, I hear you cry? Well, it's a dismemberment because the limbs fly all over the place. And what do we get paid for? Violence, and that's part of the trigger. So again, unholy on its own is a very good way to earn more money and more souls from the enemies of the game. So, but we're not being offered that yet, but we'll have packed lunchbox anyway. Let's go see what's in the other chest. There are random objects about the place that can be flung into enemies. That went the wrong way. Like, ever wanted to kill a demon with a milk crate? Well, now's your time. Now is your time. Help, help! Nice one, Ken. Help, help, I'm being oppressed! Oh, it's that gold one. So this is one of the things I have had a word with the devs on. I can't tell, I think it is. I can't tell myself, and I've played this game a lot, whether that's the gold variant or the normal variant. If it is the gold variant, there's a good chance that we'll get offered a yellow one of these. For those of you wondering as well, the blue ones are kind of your common upgrades or traits or, you know, skills, whatever you want to call them. The blue ones are a little rarer, and then the yellow ones, although they are technically more rare, they are combinations of other ones. So, and then you've also got these which do extra things. I have one on the bow which reduces its damage but means that when I fire arrows it doesn't cost me any mana. Those are two very good things for the way that I like to play this game. Lots and lots and lots of weak hits, because that's how you get your style up. So an extra holster would allow us to an extra holster would allow us to levitate just one, an extra holster allows us to summon more. So now we have 4. Now, I know what you're thinking. You can't possibly use a bow with a bow in each. You can't dual wield bows. That would be stupid, right? But what you can do is you can make them float and then make them spin. And you can then change the bow into a lawnmower of death. Yes, you'd expect to do those things with a sword or an axe or maybe a mace or something along those lines, but yes, it can be done with a bow. The other thing that you can also do as well... How did you do it again? Oh, no. No, I can't remember how to do it. Damn. Oh, I need to have one in hand whilst they're floating, that was it. But I haven't got the ability to do that yet. I'll show that off in a minute when I've got it unlocked. But you can basically have a... So, the other thing, the levitation ability that you have in this game, not only allows you to levitate enemies and objects around the place, but also allows you to levitate weaponry. And fire them. And reload them. But at the moment, it's very, very mana intensive. And, you know, if 1 isn't enough, well then, why not 2? And if 2 wasn't enough, well then, we could have 3. Again, though, very mana intensive, because I haven't got the right upgrades and right abilities. But this is what I'm talking about, people. It's these upgrades that you can get that then can completely change the way that you can play this game and find new styles or new gimmicks or new little ways to, you know, enjoy yourself and have fun if that's what you want to do. You can, but I need the abilities to do it. I need to have the summon ability, don't I? No, it's not that. It's because I'm missing one. But basically, you can have the bow out and then multiple bows floating around you and them firing as well. Oh, bear with me a minute. You know those really expensive Pro controllers that I've got? Come on now. That's not how I'm holding my hand. That would really hurt. Did I say that we can kick in the game? We can kick! We can kick both legs at the same time. This, as Von will tell you, doing spreadies towards your teammate is a highlight of any cooperative. Any cooperative. Thankfully for you guys, nobody else can see it. I know, right? Look at this. And I've got it so that my kicks go where my hands are pointing. So I can kick down. I can kick out to the side. Which, yeah. They're only front kicks. And you have to actually change this in the option to be able to do this. They do have a use. My left hand is not... My left hand is... Yeah, these are much better kicks. That's a good point, actually. What was that? Do the can, but do it upside down. Okay. I'm doing it in slow motion, so I have to, you know, slow things down a little bit. Anyway, right, that's enough of that. It's far too silly. Like, yeah, I think that's the normal arrow variant. We don't need haze magic. One of the, hopefully that fixes itself in a minute. Might have to reload. Oh, nope, there we go. So, next objective, totem. And also, you get map modifiers when things start getting a little bit easy. You think that's good? You should see the video that Von's put up of me doing that to her. It was, even I was terrified. So, and it was me doing it. We could take another shop visit. We do have a decent amount of cash. Oh yeah, I wanted to... It's not like Kim's not sold on this game already, but let me just make sure. Now, 9 out of 10 Texans will tell you that 3 barrels and a 20 chamber, you know, shot, as we have at the moment, is enough for most Texans. However, if you wanted to add an additional yeehaw onto that, well, as I said, you could put some barrels underneath the barrels, and then that fires double shots now. And yeah, 3 barrels and 3 barrels. I mean, I'm no gunsmith. I don't quite know how the bullets get from here to here, but it's hell, and we are using magic, so let's just go with magic, shall we? And then, if you wanted to make sure that that Daddy Barrel feels bigger and more powerful than Mummy Barrel, well then you could add a barrel extension to Daddy Barrel so that he is bigger than than Mummy Barrel. I don't know where I'm going with the Mummy Daddy Barrel, but I think 6 cylinders, and yeah, the amount that you can upgrade this to the amount, like our mag size at the moment, this is a 15 cylinder revolver that now fires double shots and has all of this nonsense. And you know what? We've looked at 1 gun, 1 bow, and a little bit of the magic. So this is what I want to be not wasting my money on, and I want to be spending it. I will turn that off actually, because it is incredibly mana intensive. There we go. Oh, that didn't go down. Okay, now it has. And these are what we want to be prioritizing when we go into the shop, because if you have lots and lots of jade keys, it can basically mean that you have gold keys for everything that you do. Always, as I said, jade keys unlock all locks for a chest. Save these for chests that have 3 locks. Simple. Do we need any of these? You're all very expensive. Refresh. Mana. Yes. It's only plus 5%, but every little bit of mana can help. Like those ones, I believe, are gold bullets. Oh, but jade key though. And we can still afford them. Lovely. So this will add an extra one. Nah, but if we have... Oh, actually, hang on. No, we can have both. I think we can have both. Yeah, because it's on a different category. So now... No! Oh, no, I took it off anyway, didn't I? So laser sights are provided for those of you that want them / need them. You can, within the customization of the weapons, change the laser sight color for every weapon. I've gone for a very fetching red, like my skin and my veins within my hands. Which, another thing that's quite cool is that as you are doing magic, the vein color that you choose for your veins pulses and then goes like full on. So I've gone with a very boring orange over red, but yeah, you can do what you will with that. Now, I know what you're thinking. Is there anything else? Oh, and Von, do you want to pick us out a winner, please? Thank you very much. I have had this happen before. This is one of the few bugs that I have found, and a lot of the time it's actually my own fault because I'm moving around in my play space to try and recenter. Can I get out of it? No. Well, this allows me to show off another very cool feature. Bugs do happen in games, unfortunately. We will be happy to know that at any time during your game, if you save and return to Hall, when you return, you will be back at the beginning of the level that you saved and returned from. So if you do get a crash, or you do get like your controllers wigging out and you're not being able to continue your run, it all saves everything that you're doing and you can literally continue your run. There aren't leaderboards for this game, or not in the roguelike. There are challenges. If we have chance, we'll have a look at those later. Chris and not that Chris. There we go. And we are done. So this level is quite a unique level. These are, well, they used to be called the vaults, but they've now been rebranded to infinite. I think they used to be called vaults. They're now infinite corridors. The infinity corridors. They are full of totems as far as the eye to see, lots of key grabbing opportunities, and most importantly, lots and lots of chests. And if you find the exit is always a yellow, you can always find a yellow exit, and the yellow exit is a shop exit. And we always want to take additional opportunities. Filled with regret now. I've got rid of the literal 6-shooter with its 6 barrels and put on the crummy lasers. So, as I said, we've got lots and lots of keys. One of the... we've got an opportunity to get lots and lots of keys. We want to be opening with these with golds. Using a jade here would be a waste because this is a one-lock. One-lock... chests are probably the ones that I would suggest using your silver keys on, because using those on 2 or above is better. However, being on a vault level means that there will be lots of yellow totems. Now, this level is kind of roguelike in it's one big level, and then depending on what it does when you come here, it'll chop and change bits and pieces of it. Some bits will be barricaded off, others will be closed, others will be open. So this level is actually quite huge. Huge enough that you can get lost in. And it's these red doors that block off certain sections. But as you can see, we are finding a lot of totems. The problem with as Von was just saying there, the only thing is, it's these vaults, you guaranteed to get one just before a boss battle. So even if you've had a terrible time of upgrades, you will get souped up for the boss, and you always get one before it. These do not currently appear in the co-op. Oh, I can't remember. Somebody tell me. Did I say that if you fire the gun gangster that your bullets all of a sudden start ricocheting and that you can increase the ricochets that you get? And then if you double hand a weapon, you often get another effect. Like, for instance, those shots have additional piercing, which is how you get through the guard. And then I think you can turn that on its side and get piercing. Oh no, you get double piercing shots. And that would be a 4-shooter with one of the upgrades that I can get. And all the weapons have these things. I did not mention this, no. And the thing that is very cool about it is, even I, from time to time, will forget about things and then find them again and be like, ooh, that could make a good build. Hey, look, there's our Nadachi guy. They're katanas for them, but Nadachis for us. Wall running, if you like that kind of thing. There is additional style points that you can get from doing wall running. And if anybody can, if you want to be super maneuverable within a game and completely confound your enemies, well, this is the game for it. Yeah, basically, yeah. This is one of the other things as well. Oh, he stripped my shields. Better be careful here. One of the other things that I've found is that you can basically bounce. It's a bit more difficult to do because I'm not very precise with my jumps because I haven't got the things on. Let's put these guys to bed quick. I changed it. I can change all of these things on the fly as well. You can, as you'll see, a lot of my abilities are locked, but that's only because they're locked within this run. You can get the extra abilities and then change them on the fly. I've got this in a mode where you get to start out with your selected loadout, which I thought was a good idea because then I'll be able to show off all the cool things that I like, and then as I get more things, I can play around. This spell you get at the very start of the game, and as long as you have it at mastery level 2, now note how this is firing little ember shots off, and each of those ember shots is doing a tick of damage, or rather a tick of combo. And if we can keep on casting those, just firing off these huge fireballs will do enough with our combo side of things. If I can keep on firing it. And this is what I was talking about, where, like, I didn't do any upside downing there. I didn't really do any jumping whilst I was doing the killing. If you can supplement that into your game, well, then it'll just multiply your style by 2 or 4 if you're upside down. But you don't have to. There are ways to completely maximize your style in this game and thus earn the maximum amount of money and souls without having to go upside down. I promise there is. We're aiming for 60k. That wasn't particularly good because there's not many enemies in these little ambushes. But this is all extras as well. Each of these times that we get ambushed whilst we're walking around here, there are set places that you can be ambushed. We'll get a visit from the Stonehand once we have completed said thing. Those Hulk smash hands that we had from earlier, yeah, they've got upgrades too. Levitation magic. This is something we need. Lasting touch. Retrieve the last held object by quickly pressing the grip button twice. That is very useful if you can get into the swing of things. Here's one that I like. King's Grave. And it's part of the reason why I've got the setup that I've got. We're looking for, I can't remember what it's called, but it gives you no mana levitation. That is a very good skill to have. Now we have King's Glaive. What does King's Glaive do, I hear you ask? Well, if I can find an enemy body, I'll show you, but they look like they've taken them all with them. I'll have to make some. There's our shop exit that I was telling you about. And as I was saying with the doing, like, I don't like firing pistols like this. It's childish. But when you get ricocheting shots, you know, it's pretty good. For those of you who are au fait with the game, I was talking about a skill that I think is ridiculously powerful in this game. and that is libertarian, and it's part of the bullet build. Now, normally when you fire something like the revolver, flicking it to the side will reload. Note that you can flick it both ways as well. I've actually turned off the ability to flick up and flick down, because then the gun rotates. But hey, the shotguns can already do that when you get a lever action for them. One of the things that I have found is that reload, well, to be fair, since I got the pros, I've never had any problems with the reloading on this, but previously I used to. One of the things that you can do that I have within my build is I have my bullets on my hip slot. So you can have up, left, down, right, hip, and shoulder. So that's where my bow is, that's where my bullets are, and they're on the hip for a very good reason. Well, because I'd normally put them on both, but I wanted to show the bow off. With the bullet skill, if we go here, you'll see I have a trait called Libertarian. Conjuring bullets will not cost mana. Yeah, we can throw bullets at the enemies. I'm glad I remembered that, because that's quite a funny one. If bullets are equipped on either shoulder or hip, or both, bring a gun to the equipped slot to reload. Reduce the damage buff by 40%. That's actually quite good. We want to keep that weak. Feigning weakness is how you get your style up big time. And now what this allows us to do is, instead of flicking, we can flick, we just point down for reloads. And do each one of those reloads as another level of power to the gun. Remember what I was saying about combining this, and then now we're getting split double shots and all sorts of nasty effects with these various bits and pieces. So we can flick to reload for a normal reload, or we just simply put to our hip, or if you did it on your shoulder, up to our shoulder. Those reload skills are one of the ways that you can make your gun build absolutely broken. The only thing now is that skill doesn't work even if you can get the bullets on with the Tempests anymore, because the Tempests are just too good anyway. They're the submachine guns of the game. You can't manually reload them. So, and I think quite rightly so, because whilst you could, they were busted. And then, let's see if we can find a way out of here. We've got some chests to go back for as well. Aha! I'm trapped in here with them. No, no, you're trapped in here with me. Damn, out of magic. Little wall run? Yeah, little wall run. Nope, not a little wall run. Hey, little wall run. You wall run for ages in this as well. It's glorious. Wall running is a very, very great way to keep yourself maneuverable whilst not using any mana. Slow time, we've got a button for it. More importantly, when you are holding on the joystick to jump, you hold up on the joystick to target, and whilst you are targeting, you're in slow motion. Continual slow motion with no effects around you. I find that slow motion, although it's not quite as efficient as the button press in the amount of time you get and the mana consumption, I find it better. I really do. And then, you know, of course we can wall run and slow time while shooting to give ourselves even more time. Very mana intensive as your build gets more and more broken. That's closer to the target that we need. So the astute amongst you might be thinking, well, you know, those levels where you can farm, why don't you just farm indefinitely so you get ridiculous amounts of styles so that you get huge amounts of coin and huge amounts of souls? First off, I like your thinking, but secondly, no, there is a cap. The style cap in the game is 60,000. When you get a weapon that you are good with and you start playing with, this is where mine and Von's training is at the moment, using double lightning staffs. When you get to that point, at 60,000, anything more style-wise you don't get rewarded anything more for. So you then just end the level. And so you can go for as long, in some of the levels, for as long as you like, stylishly killing everything. But there is a limit. But you do want to be trying to hit that limit, because that then gives you silly amount of money, which then means that you never have to make any decisions, or you can become stupidly powerful very quickly. On the note of becoming stupidly powerful, let's get paid for more violence. So we're now up to 120% more loot when dismembering enemies. Good. I already actually started off with some of those, as you can see here. But that's part and parcel of the fact that I've got all the magic in this game leveled up. Well, I've got everything leveled up to the maximum. Oh yeah, I was going to show you the King's Grave, wasn't I? So the King's Grave, you can now either levitate enemy dead bodies, or when you've weakened an enemy enough, you can levitate them as well, and then we can just crush them with rocks. Now, that usually... Oh, is that the wrong one? Hang on a second. Might be an additional skill. Yes, it is an additional skill. I can't remember which one it is, but... Let's think. How did I do it last time? I've crushed enemies before, and it creates blood rocks, and those blood rocks give you the stone hand or the stone unarmored combat ability, but they also, on top of that, give you the blood infusion of that, which I can show you what it looks like. 1, 2, infuse. Let's get some rocks. I'll have this one and this one. And so if you like your Hulk smash routine, now we've got lots, and as you punch, they punch. And this is just one of the elemental variants that you can get within the game. And yeah, you fire them all off at the same time. And so, like, the hand-to-hand combat in this game is something that I have literally scratched the surface of, because I just enjoy the gunplay and the magic way too much. I think it's as much to do with the fact that a lot of the levels are designed for more the magic and the gunplay aspect, I think. But yeah. Right. Let's find the exit. Let's find the exit, shall we? Have a quick wet of water. So as I said, so we can, with the rocks, you can actually, if you are imbued when you summon the rocks are then, oh, get out of the way, are then imbued with the magic that you had infused when you summoned them. That might have been what I did previously. And then you can throw them and they have additional effects on the enemy, or you can then equip them. And then all of a sudden you're Hulk smash, but with lightning now. Can't remember what this one does. So this one allows us to go forward a little bit and do an electrical burst. And then the fire one, I think that gives us, yeah, flamethrowers, isn't it? Ah, but lots of flamethrowers. Oh no, limited flamethrowers. But you can have that last longer as well. And then there's ice variants as well of all of these, but I haven't got ice magic in this run at the moment. Right, let's find out and make sure that we have everything that we need. Yeah, here's some chests. Now, so because we've gone through the level, we've now got a plethora of golden keys. Which means even more power-ups, which means even more borked. That one's just a status upgrade. We don't need health. I don't even think we've been in danger of this run. I've been pissing about. Hey-ho, there's shotguns. If you get a weapon that you are not going to use as part of your loadout, you can still level it up by skipping equipping it to a slot right now, which I will do for now. We'll have a go with a shotgun later. But you still get to have it on your person and add the various attachments. If you are equipping a thing to your person but not using it, I would highly recommend adding the experiences gold trait to the weapon, because then the weapon levels up faster just by being on you. You don't even have to use it. None of these are actually that good. Not for me, anyway. We've got challenges to do in here as well. Basically, it's an ambush, but you get to dictate the terms of when you start it. This is another reason why the vaults, or infinite corridors as they now are fantastic. Additional blessings. This is what we're here for. This is what makes you super broken very fast. So we can increase our duelist skill, and this can be infinitely leveled up now. Or we can have something else. Reduce damage taken by 15% during jumps, sliding, wall running, and somersaults. This one is called After Image. I don't think it adds an effect of an After Image, a la Dragon Ball Z. But, I mean, if you play in single player, you can just imagine. You wouldn't be able to see it yourself anyway. But, wonder if it does. Never actually checked. No, I have no After Image, but it would be cool if you had some shadows trailing behind you whilst you were jumping or somersaulting. But that might be asking a little bit much. Von is quite right. Now, if you had blood magic, one of the things that we can do, and I would highly suggest you do, is prep the area. Oops. I've got into a habit of doing my combines. I don't smush, point, trigger. I diagonally smush, because then I can instantly press both the triggers. But yeah, let's get a couple of these bad boys out. And now we'll start your stupid challenge. Yes, now we'll start your challenge, whilst I have allies doing my bidding. As I said, they thought I was trapped in here with them. How gravely mistaken they were. That still, for me, has got to be the best unarmed skill. Being able to have multiple of those, and then the punches do it. The thing is, as well, with the evil host, it gets better. The more level ups you get of blood magic, the longer your blood hosts can stay. You can have about 20 of them on screen before, oh no, probably more than 20, before you start seeing any frame drops. Add enemies into that equation and it can get a little bit slow down. But you know what? If I'm breaking the game by doing way too many assets on screen, and the developers have allowed it, I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Who summons like 50 evil hosts here? Not very good on the old style side of things, but we got through it quickly. We can take money. There's not a lot though. And we could add to the pistol side of things. I'm just going to keep on pushing for really long clips, but we do need to temper. So this is the thing that some people have been complaining about, that they're getting a lot of mana drain from things, and a lot of it is because a lot of these power-ups that you see here now come with quite a big mana cost. Like those compact magazines, 35% for 25 additional mana cost, whereas this one, less for a little bit more. It used to cost, but since the rejig, I think this all works fine now. So we'll have a 45% increase in magazine capacity, which now puts our 15-cylinder shooter up to a nice, healthy Super Texan 16-cylinder. Or is it Super Turrican? I can never remember. I get those two mixed up all the time. They've both got a lot of guns in them, I find. Turrican and Texan. Right. Still more of these to do. And so, like, again, I said at the start of the stream, this, well, yeah, for those of you who won't have been here, because I will edit the, you know, up until my intro. That's what I do. That's why I do an intro and an outro. Is my only concern with this game, thank you, Von, my only concern with this game, and it's more apparent on the infinite corridors is, I don't know how this looks to you. It doesn't look too bad in the headset, but it's a bit drab and it's lacking a little bit in detail. Some of the backgrounds in this game are absolutely fantastic, and I think it's just a case of all of these, like, kind of a lot of the design decisions for like muddy browns and greys, and it all just kind of blends into one bit of a mess at times. But again, when you're flying through the air upside down with 2 lightning staffs blasting things and, you know, laughing manically and having a great time, who cares about what colour the background's in? But I'm just saying, alright? I'm just saying. And hello, Orange Coat. How we doing? Oh, another blessing. Thank you very much. This one's a good one. Iron Fortress. Gain 20 shields. We like this. Increase health by 100. That's not bad as well. The main thing that I am after here, reduce damage by 30%. But why? Why would you want to reduce your damage? Because less damage means more hits means more combo means more style means more currency and souls, and that's how you level up in the game. And Ape Grip, attacks with all weapons gain the bonus as if you were wielding them two-handed. That is a good one for your hand-to-hand combat builds. Iron Fortress, though, that is my bag. And another one. Why, thank you very much. And I'd like to think that if anybody who hasn't played this and is getting a little bit of an appreciation as to how this system works, how broken this can become. So I've just added a couple of bouncy arrow. Oh, I'll have a play with everything if I get chance. Don't worry. Is that Chris? Oh, Alan. Yeah, don't worry, Alan. I'll have a go with everything if I get chance. Problem is, I'm a quick talker. I know what I'm talking about. I've played this game enough, and I've got 3+ hours. It's still not enough time to tell you everything in this game, and I talk quite fast. Or I think I talk quite fast. So now we've got bouncy arrows. So if we're terrible with our aim, there's a chance that the ricochet might hit too. And you can get that ricochet up to infinitum. So you could have, technically, if you had a run going along long enough, and you can have a completely endless run a la In Death Unchained, where you just get more and more and more broken by several orders of magnitude. And it also affects our multi-arrows as well. They'll now bounce all over the show. And it all lends itself, if you're anything like me, when you've played a game enough, all of a sudden, and like you've exhausted all the options and you've done everything that you want to, that's when I'll be like, I wonder how difficult it would be to complete the game as just with a broom. You know, or I'll just use fire magic today, or how balked could I make ice magic? You know, those are the sort, or like the various combinations and the various things that you don't get to use or see all that often. That paid violence thing also works on corpses now. So any corpses that are left over after an encounter, smash them into wall for free gold and souls. But it only happens, I think, when you've got paid violence up to so many levels. So, yeah, that's a nice source of income. It's glad to see that finally I am getting paid for the violence in video games. It's nice. It's a nice touch. Thank you, Mixed Realms, your directors and employees. Oh, that's a 3. This is what we save the jades for, and we're out of gold keys as well, so that works. Doesn't matter which one you put it in. This is not going to give you any better rewards. It will do the equivalent of you putting 3 of those in. 1, 2, 3. So this just saves us 3 gold keys, and they don't cost that much. What have we got? Remember that broom that I was talking about, Beanie? So there are various upgrades on the fists as well. For instance, Morning Muscle, so you could play the game with just Hulk Smash fists through its entirety. And because of Morning Muscle, it would actually be a very broken build. Add 5 shields with every punch. shields are brilliant in this game. If you've already got shields that regenerate and this is adding even more, it just becomes new orders of brokenness. Increased damage, yeah, there are going to be some that are just a stat increase. Angel Fist, reduce stone abilities costs by. There are going to be some little bit boring ones. Increasing combo duration, the more you combo, the more your fists glow, and the more damage you do. Vacuum Strike, punching the enemies will pull in enemies within a 5-meter radius around you, dealing 80% of damage. This is what I'm talking about. And it's not like 1 or 2 for each of the skills. There's usually several key skills for each thing that can dynamically change how you use the weapon. So now we've got the ability to punch the floor. Did it say punch the floor or stomp the floor? There we go. We have to activate the ability. Thank you, Vaughn. And then that creates a shockwave around us. It did say that, didn't it? I feel like I'm not doing it right there. Nudge is when I need to be punching the enemy. Punching the enemies. Oh no, you don't have to strike the floor. It's just anything. Punching an enemy will draw in all the others. This is the one that makes an unarmed combat build very, very viable. And I've actually got some levels into it already. Like, here's another one as well. Gentle Fist. Open-handed strikes now knock back enemies. And that's your normal hands. You can just normally punch enemies, and you can do them additional elemental damage by doing it whilst your fist is infused with, say, fire or lightning. But you can also palm strike them and send them flying, and that can get worse and worse and worse. And yeah, whoever asked about the nudges are for me. They are from my moderators to let me know, my top mod, to let me know that we're going to do a giveaway. So, and you got to wait for me to say it, otherwise she won't count your entry. If you would like to win our 3 keys, 3 copies so far. If you would like to win a copy, oh no, she is quite right. Look, see, I'm doing it now. Good as a blink to a blind bat. So, one of these in the chat if you would like to win a copy of the game, please. Which, I mean, hang on, I can't. Tears of the Kingdom. I don't even think I've seen that game before. So now, just like you guys, we have the broom now. Look at that one. Quickly sliding a melee weapon with another weapon will set it ablaze. So you know that thing in VR that everybody likes doing where they run one weapon across the other? When you've got the ignition upgrades, and this happens with most unarmed combat things, you get the ability to do that straight off the bat. We'll take 5-finger discount though, that just reduces mana, it's boring. Strong Gust. Performing air juggles will hit enemies within a 3-meter radius. So, if you wanted to, and again this is something that I do need to do more, with your hand-to-hand combat weapons, there are certain ones where you can hit the enemy and they will spring up into the air. If you then can jump to them and punch them or swing or hit them in that location, you will keep them there and you will stay there as well. And so you can very much get your Devil May Cry on in this game. If that was not already apparent, this has probably every element of Devil May Cry that I can think of, bar surfing enemies. You can't surf enemies in this one. I mean, you can bounce off of their heads, so I suppose that's kind of like a surfing, isn't it? We will take Mana Thief. Once you have 3 Mana Thieves, as we're going to have now, you are then at the maximum mana discount. I don't think you can reduce the mana cost of things by more than 95%, because I'd imagine the game's coded that it has to have some kind of mana. Well, let's put a 4th one on. Yeah, it's saying that we're not getting any more for that. So, and like I was saying earlier, I've got the ability to grab the bullets, a handful of bullets, from my pouch on my hip. If I didn't have that ability, holding trigger when I have... I don't even know. I think you just need to have a weapon that has the bullet trait available. Holding trigger and flicking, so not holding grip and flicking, but holding trigger and gripping, summons the bullets as well. Now, what are we going to do with these if we haven't got a gun to reload them? Well, we could throw them at our enemies. Yeah, let's throw bullets at everything. And if that wasn't enough, I mean, you could infuse the bullets that you could throw with lightning, or with maybe you could do it with fire bullets. Who throws bullets? It's like throwing shoes. You wouldn't throw shoes. You don't throw bullets either, do you? They have changed. Hello, Laurent. We're doing... oh, no, you've already got this game, haven't you? Of course you have. I was going to say we're just in the middle of a giveaway if you haven't got the game already. But if you have, I'm sure he will let someone else. Yes, there used to be a lot more keys in the game, and it was kind of confusing, but it was quite a good system. The only problem is you actually had to individually pick up the keys from the level and put them in. You didn't like equip them within your inventory and take them from level to level. So it was a kind of decent system, but not a great one. For those of you who have played Sairento, this is a gun from that game. For those of you who have not played Sairento, look, they ripped off Sairento and took one of the Hellsweeper. Sairento took one of Hellsweeper's guns. Look, so this is your SMG. This is one of, if not the most broken gun in the game when it comes to style. So this is like your little Mac 10 Uzi style of thing. We can obviously dual weld, because why couldn't you? Your reloading is done by giving a little bit of a flick down. You can't adjust the strength of that, but you do have to give it a little bit of beans to get it to flick, but it is quite an easy reload. This then has some traits where when you fire it too much, it overheats and then imbues the weapons with fire damage. You can go the other way and have it so that when the weapon is about to overheat, it becomes cooled down and then gets imbued with ice damage. Hello, Koska. And it's got some other nasty traits on it as well. One of the problems with these is we can't use that. Oh wait, hang on. Oh no, that was... We can't use the bullets that are our hips to overpower this. You used to be able to, but I don't think you can anymore, because this is broken enough as is, because it's weak and fast firing, and the style system in this game promotes the use of those kind of weapons, which is why the bow for me doesn't get as much of an outing as I'd want to, because it's kind of built always to be a bit of a one-shot kill kind of weapon. So right, let's let's keep the pistol on for now. Oh, we've got the shotgun to have a play with. What abilities have I got on that? Manual reload. We've got the lever action. We can split the barrel or have a barrel extension. Easily unload. Yeah. Install the pump action. Oh no, I haven't got the lever action. Let's have the lever action. Cool. Maybe we'll do some shotgun. There's something we haven't done yet. We haven't done shotgun. So the shotgun normally has the pump facility, but I've now got it so that I can give it the old Arnie. And so it then becomes sort of like a lever action shotgun. You can have the pump, but the pump's not very good on this. Those of you will note that it is manually reloading. The shotgun's probably one of the hardest ones to use in the game because of the fact that you are supposed to manually reload it, and you have to manually reload it multiple times to get all of the shots back in. And of course we can dual weld these. And then because they're lever action, we can really go to town with those. And then because I've got the bullets, where this used to go wrong is to reload it, you then have to summon bullets with one hand and then stuff them into the shotgun with the other. But now we can just put them down and we're reloaded. These are also broken, but in a different, stranger way, in that they can kill things incredibly quickly. Talking about killing things incredibly quickly, I think we've got a boss to kill. Bob's not very good company. No, he is not. I assume that's the Bob from Zero Caliber. Right. Let's use shotguns for a bit. They're broken. Woo. Be scared. End it there for us, Von. Get that third one given away. Ooh. Swords, you say? Yeah, Bob is a dick. I hope he makes a return in the next one, though. Which ones were these? Shocked enemies will create a small explosion when hit, so that kind of changes the properties of some of the various bits and pieces that we have. Vault ball spark chains. Hang on, have we got... Yeah, I've got the wrong one on here. I'll start putting those on, and I'll try and remember to change that when we go to the next one. That's the one that we want. Vault ball spark additional times. And vault balls will create 2 additional sparks. And now, lightning is broken. That will chain and do loads of damage to loads and loads and loads of different enemies. Hey, well done, Awful. Hey, I think we might have to start banning him from these live stream giveaways, you know. He's doing very well out of me. Good. This one's really useful for the sword. Thrusting your sword will launch you 6.5 meters forward, so all of a sudden you don't even have to do the movement yourself. We'll try and use that, see if that works out for us. So we still have 2 copies to give away, is that right, Von? I lose count. So yeah, now we've got a sword, and the sword has various abilities. One-handed. You can make it glow, which then allows you to fire off energy. You can get multiple of those. You can get the ability to imbue the sword with fire by sliding them down across each other. You can already do it, and you get the sound effects and the various bits and pieces. You can put it up to here and get sight beyond sight, but that's a later upgrade. Oh, if only it was. So now we've got the ability to thrust, and we are moved forwards automatically, which can then add to your chain. I think this is one of the weapons where you can swing up and it knocks the enemy into the air and you follow them. So if you want to give it the old devil may cry, well, you can. Let's see if we can. Yeah, probably can. I mean, I prefer to do it with a katana, but, and this is something that I do like about melee weapons, is you can guard and reflect things reasonably easy. It's got quite a big hitbox, but the problem with unarmed and ranged and melee weapons in these sort of games, or games that are similar to these ones, is, well, what happens if they're all the way over there? I mean, we can just throw the weapons at them, but that's not quite good enough, and that's what those abilities are for, where you can actually fire energy from your swords, and it is pretty powerful. I have to get out of there a second. Let my mana heal. I tell you what, that rapier skill is actually really good. Is it these? So even the hand-to-hand combat is actually a lot more viable. And, you know, if you want to do it upside down, be my guest. And you'll get style for that also. We are rewarded for the various bits and pieces. Now, what else were we trying to do? Ah, yes. Shotguns. This takes a bit of knack to get into the rhythm of, but you can see the amount of pellets that are hitting enemies. So this isn't bad on style, but also has the ability to give lots of damage out as well. But again, weaponry on this game shines when it can do multiple hits and is weak. It's just like Barrows and Needles. Kim, look! Look, Kim! It's like Barrows and Needles is back! Shotguns are broken! And again, if we did all of this upside down, we'll get even more style for it. Ah, we missed our combo time. Right, I said I wasn't going to do too much upside down. Because of the spray that the shotguns have as well, and you can upgrade them to have additional pellets. Because of the spray, they're not actually that bad at range either. Let me demonstrate. Ooh. Oh, have I got the ability to do that yet? And again, not using slow time right here either. Now I am. Those are the red totems that I was banging on about. Well, let me see if I can Super Mario something. See that? Ah! Typical Super Mario death. But if you can land on enemies, it's quite precise as well. But if you can land on enemies, it'll give you sort of like a free bounce. It also counts as touching the floor. So what you may be looking at the moment with me doing all of this leaping and wall running is like, you know, well, what's to stop me just doing this infinitely? Well, because of the build that I've got, I can do, I think it's now 4 jumps. So I can do a quadruple jump. And then I need to, like all good games that have multiple jump mechanics in them, I need to touch the floor before it resets. Yeah, let's not talk about the floor as lava. Everybody's favourite. Von is, of course, speaking of the most hated map mod that you can get in this stupid game. Floor is lava will destroy your world if you get it. We'll try to avoid it this stream. Right, time 2. You can, when enemies drop their weapons as well, shoot them out of the air, and that will send them flying, usually into something. Which again, more combo, more style, more various bits and pieces. Ow. I think we've got enough style now. Probably more than enough. And so, you can just change this into a bit of a first-person shooter experience. I think you can change the... Thank you, Von. I think you can change the locomotion speed as well. So if this is too slow for you, I believe you can speed it up. And if it's too fast, you can slow it down. As I said, the other thing with the leaps is bouncing off an enemy head will reset your leaps. Hitting the floor will reset the number of leaps. Wall running will reset the number of leaps. And also, I found handspringing whilst you're upside down and doing silly stuff with the bow will also reset your number of leaps. So, although we talk about this floor as lava being an absolute pain in their ass, there is no reason to touch the floor in this game a lot of the time if you don't want to, especially when you get a little bit later on in things. Like, you know, we're 2 hours in and yeah, we're not even on the second chapter yet, and there are 3. I forgot I'm gonna have to kill you guys. Okay, have one of these. Have another one. Oh, I forgot about magic as well. When you have this ball, if you pull it apart, it's an explosion. So, yeah, so with the lightning side of things, as you are flying about being the god of thunder, if you pull this apart, it releases a radius of effects and various blasts and bits and pieces. Again, all of the magic has this. The only one that isn't so great is Bloods, because it just zaps your mana really quickly because it's incredibly powerful. So, yeah. So, that's shotguns. Let's get the old pistols on, because I haven't got myself really built for shotguns. We'll use other things as we find them as well. I'm gonna have to use silvers. Boo. I mean, silver's a great colour usually. Fantastic colour actually, as it happens. I can show off ignition now. Let's get that equipped. And we've already got rapier, but we can increase the distance that we get launched forward with that. And most of the hand-to-hand combat weapons have some sort of assist, kind of like what we saw in Dead Hook, where when you put the power-up ability on, you can just literally punch towards an enemy and you'll fly that way. This is a little bit more hands-off, but if you're looking at, like, you know, feeling like the ultimate flipping ninja hell-sweeping badass, yeah, this is a game for you. Alright, let's skip that one now. And double fillings, increase the amount of pellets by 2. Ad infinitum, that can go to silly levels, I would imagine. You know, if you were in a run for any length of time, you could make that silly. Like, you know, fire your shotgun and just fill the screen with pellets. And I've done it with other things where it becomes just silly and looks ridiculous. So I have no qualms about the fact that there will be no limit to that. We're already firing 7 pellets, and that's quite a lot. Remember to smush them dead bodies when you've got the upgrades. As I said, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but as a general rule, smush the bodies. It might be, they may have changed it because it was a bit broken previously. It might just be when the level's activated now. Because that's definitely not giving me money, but it was previously. Anyway. There we go. 109,000 style, maximum rewards, and maximum souls achieved. You can do things to boost that. Putting the difficulty of the game up and using souls, which you should be using to unlock things. Yeah, they should... You should get the paid violence thing for them. Is it... Hang on, we were going to do something here, weren't we? Was it that? Can't remember. Do need to put... Yeah, you need to have unholy and you need to have paid violence on, otherwise it count. Now, I haven't seen it. You used to eat these for health. But it's now saying special abilities. That's something that even I didn't read previously, or it's been changed on the sly. But I don't know, man. I ate the crystal and I don't feel any different. I know. Maybe I just haven't eaten enough. Yum, 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 yum. Well, I'll show you what I was talking about. The one thing that I do know that you can do that makes it almost a guarantee is get the... I can't remember if it's blood or unholy. Could be either. I get the impression that blood and unholy were actually all one big magic, and then the devs were like, yeah, we've gone a bit overboard here, we're going to have to split them into 2 separate disciplines, because they interweave so well together. But I think it's on unholy, and there is an ability that you can get that makes enemies explode after several seconds. Not only is that quite useful for style and stuff, but when the bodies explode, they dismember, which saves you having to smush them, and you then constantly get an extra cash and souls. Oh, you can still smush them, you just might not get the good stuff from them. But you do have to smush them so they explode. It wouldn't be the first time. I think it might be a little bit buggy. Sometimes it works. More often than not, it does work. But every now and again, it doesn't. I mean, well, let's put that to the test. It used to be all the time, because I used to advise people to smush every enemy as often as possible. But you might be quite right there. We'll have a test. You might be quite right there, because, again, it's one of the things that I have spoken to the devs, and I've said, like, paid violence is a bit fucking broken, isn't it? And said, maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's not my fault, though. I don't say these things, not at all. I mean, I can usually find 1 or 2, but I usually smush all of mine, so they're all gone. Have we got plenty of keys now? I've got chests piling up behind me. Yeah, lots of silver rubbish keys. Always double and triple check these areas over as well. There are a lot of keys and chests. Oh, were. The thing is, as well, paid violence is a decent amount of coin and souls. One of the other cool things, another little trick that I find out, the Lightning Emperor ability is fucking fantastic. Why? Lots and lots and lots of hits. Problem is, very mana intensive. But lots and lots and lots of hits, and as I'm hoping to demonstrate... Oh god. Better be careful here, I don't die. Only kidding. Right. The only problem with this is that as you are doing it, you are static. I have died because of this before. However, if I get enough mana... Who left that there? If I get enough mana, I'll show you a trick. Ah, see, I heard the sound effect. So it might be that it's too much. Actually, we can check. 46396 216. I'll remember that one. 2168. Because that's making the sound effect as if it's dropping them, or maybe that's blood crystals. And there's a possibility that because the stone hand is about, it might not be counting that. No, 2168. That might be counted as the level being over. Here's a body. 60,000 or just over. That's exactly the amount of style points that we won. Ah! I did tell them to take the wizard's staff. We'll use that soon. In fact, I'll put that on now. I want to get some level ups in that before I show it off. Let's try this guy. So, level is technically still going. I wonder if it's bugging out between. There was a time when it used to work each and every time, but it doesn't seem to be the case at the moment. No. There is not a way to see your current points before the round ends, unfortunately. This is, I think I was telling you about this one, Von, so you can see it now. Reduce the cost of magic spells by 10%. Increase damage. Casting a magic spell will toggle to the next element, increase damage. Study me, increase damage. So we don't want to be increasing damage, but we do want to be increasing our mana efficiency. So we'll take that one, and we'll take, yeah, that one, and that one. Just dazzling. So, as I said, if you're a fan of making sillily broken builds, like, you remember we've got the ability to summon bullets, and we can throw them, and you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we can put just one more, and now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that can add on infinitum. Why do we throw bullets in this game? I don't fucking know, I just work here, man. Manually reloads creates 2 stacks of the damage buff. Makes our guns even more balked when we manually reload them. And just one more round. So now when we throw bullets, 2 handfuls of bullets, we can throw 16 of the buggers. Actually, hang on, did the other ones actually even register? Yeah, they did. They did, but their bullet holes didn't. So maybe that's a little bit beyond the scope. Let's get some silvers in here before I forget about these chests. And I will also do a battery check as well. Ooh, battery is out. Yeah, I suppose that's a thing. That's not a bad shout, actually. Yeah, because I would imagine it'll give you one of the things and as a reward, and then the other, it'll give you one alternative. I know, right? Look at that. Battery charging whilst I'm playing the game and streaming. That's good, that, because we started off, because it wasn't working to begin with, because I've unplugged things, we started off at 30% and we're now up to a healthy 60. And, you know, I should, with just 2 batteries, technically be able to go infinite, because I'm charging the other battery whilst this one's full. So that's a good thing. Although, that one, oh, there we go. Oh, my other battery was only half out. So yeah, and that's recharging now. What I do find myself doing is recharging my battery at half intervals when I remember, or usually when Von says. So I just switch batteries anyway. Not that I need to, but yeah. The only thing that I will say about these batteries is they take about 3 hours to fully charge, but then they last about that long as well. So that's good. Is it just a challenge in here? It looks like it. So this is a dead end. Oh, the mic battery we don't need to worry about. That was my fault. I just forgot to put it on charge after having quite a busy day. I was going to show you the lightning trick, wasn't I? I'm not going to have a chance at this, right? Show you a different lightning trick. I'll tell you what I'm doing in a minute. Ooh, we still aren't very good on mana for that. So, from what you can see here, yeah, we still haven't got enough mana for it, is the problem. This is what I've educated Von on doing, because it's a very good way to score a lot of style without having to do much. Is just putting the staff on. Ooh, double prizes. Putting the staff on. And then just wailing away. Don't know if I said or not, I really like being upside down in this game. I think it's cool. You could even say it's sick if you were of that younger generation. Little handspring for the stylings. Woo! Get the guns back out again. Oh yeah, a little bit of fire magic, why not? Ah, simulated recoil. does. I tell you what, it does feel like a fucking hand cannon when you've got imbues. So that's pretty useless, right? Nope. We can fire shurikens with it. And that fires something. I've never really tried to use the enemy's hands/arms against them. But again, this is one of those things where you're like, right, I'm going to kill the first enemy, and then whatever arm it drops, I'll kill the rest of the room with them. You know? I've only got one arm you're going to have to share. So I was saying about the staff. Now, the staff is a great way... you can't combine arms, but what you can... Well, actually, I better fucking check, haven't you? I'd never thought to smush arms. I don't think you can. There is an ability, if we can't do it, that we'll need to test with. Have you got any arms I can have? Come on now. Where's an arm? That's not an arm. Ooh. Piece of candy. Ooh. Piece of candy. Those are not candy. Don't think we've got any arms. We've got the ability, though, to not only cast with this, but we can, when you've got the right skill on, I think it's Unholy, you can crush enemy limbs to have the same effect as those blood crystals on the floor. Ooh. Something tasty. So what the staff is able to do is... I'll get a new one. That's not staff. What the staff is able to do is you can basically infuse it with two kinds of magic. So if it just has one, that was the black hole ability that I was banging on about earlier that I have replaced on my lightning magic. And then if we were to double up on that, we've then got the ability to do the Lightning Emperor style-y side of things, but we can also press the trigger and switch to that, and then we can press the trigger again, I think, and switch to... Oh no, it's just the two with that one. But then you can have the combined abilities as well. And then that opens up the other kinds of magic that you can have. So we've got Flamethrower, we've got that, and then we've got the combined of those two of, you know, just commanding an orb that has spinning blades and having that fly around oh so beautifully and kill everything for us. But that's manually controlled. It doesn't do that by itself. I know, right? Boo, we have to put effort in with that one. That's about where we want to be on the style points. As I said, you can't check what your style is within the game with... Oh yeah, I wanted to try and show this off. With, I think, reasonably good reason. Longer infusions increase the duration of magic fusion by 20%. You can make it so that your infusions last for the level. You know, so you only have to infuse yourself once. And all of these cool things, I'm not just showing them off as like little gimmicks that you can do for 5 seconds. They're things that you can make entire builds around and use exclusively. You like a kind of magic or a specific combo or an infusion or something, you can use that ad infinitum, and it's fantastic for doing so. That was not the mana reduction we needed. Hopefully we'll get something for that in Lightning in the shop. So the staff, did I have the... No, can't smush staffs, but you can dual wield them. What the staff allows you to do, because one of the things that's very cool about Lightning, and this is a great way to get your style high. Stop it. Stop it. Go. Have we got the full levitation? Ah, we have. Hang on. Let me just... You're a problem. Go. Fucking hell. Go away. No, I need that one. Stop it. It's because I got that levitation skill. Okay. Oh, is that firing now? Yeah, there you go. So, You know how I said that you can dual wield 2 staffs, Von? You could do more. You could have up to 6, 2 in each hand, and then the other ones will fire off whatever you've left there. But that's it's pretty mana intensive. But there you go. I'm not even holding that one, and it is doing my bidding. Flamethrower and Lightning Emperor together at last. So, kind of need this one to go away though. And there isn't a way for me to do it. I'll just summon another one. So we do this, and then we've got that Lightning Emperor ability. Now, the reason why that's really good for your style is it does many, many hits. You just need to sort your mana out. I don't think... Yeah, that's actually going down quite quickly. So we still need to sort that out. It does many, many, many hits, which is good for your combo, but you still need to do a finish. This does an electrifying explosion finish, which is actually worth quite a lot of points, multiplied by your combo, and you can do it all upside down. So all of those multiple hits that we're getting are ×4, and your combo just goes through the roof, and then as long as you get a kill at the end of that, that pretty much gives you enough style to, you know, max out your style for the level. I'll try and demonstrate that. It's one of the two Alan and a no, that's fair. The nudges happen as often as Siobhan says they happen. We try and aim for... I try and give one away right at the start, and then we try and... Oh, I don't want that. Ugh. We try and aim for every 30 minutes, but it honestly depends on how much longer I yammer on for, more often than not. I do listen to Von, but... usually when I am mid sentence or mid thought, which is kind of always, unfortunately. Mana is the only problem we have now. So here we go. So we'll go jump, flip, and electrocute. Just in case you can't see that, that's in the 200s now. And then we can just flip again. The only problem is, if you've got heavy mana drain, you won't get your mana back in time to be able to electrocute and continue the combo. We will need to kill him to get the points from that. But again, as I said, I'm not concentrating on lightning or even staff at the moment. You have enemies that are shielded using the blast ability that you might have just seen me do there. Is the best way to drop those shields. That works on enemies and bosses. Little wall run there for you. If we do some sideways, we'll get all of those ricochets. You can increase the number of ricochets that you can get off of that as well. If memory serves, it often doesn't. And it's not just front flips that you can do as well. For those of you who are acrobatic inclined, you can do your side cartwheels, sort of thing, with feet up in the air. And you can do backflips as well. And it's all about which direction you are traveling when you literally... So all I'm doing to flip as well, and again, it's another thing that I like this game for, I gesture to summon. This isn't one of these hold a button, pick something from the fucking menu. That's a console thing, not a VR thing. Gesture based to bring the things to life. It's something that I do really love about VR, and especially Hellsweeper. See if we can get some paid violence out of this one. I think there might be something where, because it seems like the level after I pick it up, it works, and then it stops again. So it might just be a simple little bug. But it is usually the case, or they've done it that way on purpose to stop people abusing it. Boo, we didn't get enough. We need more mana. Need a lot more mana. These are not the things that we want, though. Let's get some more blood going. I think we've seen enough of the staff. I mean, it used to make... All of these things used to make... Sorry, I'll stop now. All of these things used to make me a little bit wobbly. I cut my teeth doing upside down and flipping on Sairento, and it was actually worse in Sairento because you didn't stay upside down for as long, and it was quick as well. It was a lot faster. It wasn't quite as forgiving as the flipping in this game. So that's where I kind of cut my VR legs were pretty good at the time of Sairento, and then I got good at upside down in Sairento, and then coming to here, when I don't play this game for... There was a time between updates, I think it was between the game coming out and then the multiplayer dropping. There was a spell somewhere there where I didn't play it for a couple of weeks, and in slow motion is so much easier. Hang on a second. That's so much more worse because that's the equivalent of smooth turning, whereas my brain can comprehend it when I am flipping and I'm just keeping my eye forward. And basically, this, for me, like, you'll see if I turn in the game, I've got snap turn on. And the reason being is because if I put smooth turn on, that fucks me. Yet, I can do this, I can cartwheel in VR, no problems. As I said, after not playing for a little while, it should be alright, she's hardened. I'll get her flipping in this game one day, I promise you. One day. Oh look, first boss. That's what the purple one means as well, by the way, that the next thing that you're going up against is a boss. We're playing in extreme, which means that but you said that about horror games, Von, and you know, you play them pretty regular now. So that Propagation Hotel's going to probably be on your wish list, I'd imagine. Thank you, Von. So yeah. So I think the upside down mechanic in this game has been done very well. As I said, I had a little bit of a break from this game, and then when I came back, what I did find is all of a sudden, going upside down, I felt a little bit wobbly, and it goes away after a while. But again, it's just playing it. The other thing that you'll be happy to know about as well, for those of you who are thinking like, yeah, I want this game and I like flipping around and being acrobatic and killing stuff because that looks cool, but I don't know if I'll be able to do it straight away and I might get a bit sick. They've got it so that you can have a vignette activate at specific times. One of those specific times is when you are flipping. That is one of the things that, if I remember rightly, I did in Sairento to get used to the flipping. Because I bought Sairento because I was like, you can kill things whilst you're somersaulting? What? So, yeah. Right then. Best get another key or given away then. So, if you would like to win a copy of Hellsweepers for the Quest 3 native, pop the broom in the chat. You have until... right, so... Because I'm going to stop setting myself limits for these things now. Because I never stick to the times. Never, ever. We are smashing through... Yes, this is specifically the Quest 3 version. As I said, I don't do... Oh, wait, hang on. Doesn't this game have crossplay for the Oculus Store? I can't remember. Oh yeah, sorry. I say Quest 3. What I should say is the Meta Store version. But I'll have to have a check of that. I'll have to have a check of that. If I remember rightly, this one is cross-buy. So if you have the Quest version, you have the PC VR version. I know that's not what you were on about, but yeah. Now, we do have to be a little bit careful with our money here. One of the traits that I have... Hey! paid violence. There's the one that I was talking about. Convert limbs into blood balls when charging instead of ripping them apart. Sacrifices the limb's original abilities, obviously. But yeah, let's get paid in violence. And what was I showing off again? That. Oh, here. Thank you. Fantastic. So now the one thing that I thought it was, but I hate saying that out loud without, like, my brain knows that it was cross-buy because I remember it being cross-buy and thinking, like, yeah, that might make me get me onto PC VR, but I don't know, man. Standalone is just way too convenient, and PC VR is a pain in the ass. So basically, if you redeem this on... Yeah, normally I would go, right, hang on a second, I'll go and check. But I can't do that when I'm in the headset, so I'd have to wait. But yeah, but nice one. Well done. Was that Chris who said that? Yeah, nice one, Chris. So... Yeah, if you basically have the meta store version that will work on, because I should qualify this, because I shouldn't say Quest 3, because I forget that people still have Quest 2s, or, you know, people might get confused, and rightly so as well. I'm not being facetious there, not one bit. So if you get a code tonight, or you buy this, that is for the meta store, or you buy this on the meta store, it includes cross-buy, which then means that you can play this in PC VR through, I think it's the Rift Hub, so I think that works with Virtual Desktop. But basically, if you own this on Meta, it's cross-buy, so you can buy it on both. One of the abilities that we have is this. For anybody that starts the game, and I think you get this after maybe like... when you get to your character level, not your class level. When you get your character level... In fact, actually, I'm guessing again, aren't I? Hold on. Let us get to the boss, and I will... Because, again, there is a lot of information, and I don't like saying the wrong things. Because, you know, I don't delete any of my videos, so... I don't mind saying the wrong things before or after the stream, and I've done the outro. Right, let's just go and have a look. Because this is quite an important one. This is one that I should probably do a separate video on, but I might do a short on. No, there is no link between Steam and the Meta Store. So buying it in Steam would not allow you to play it on the Quest 2, other than the fact that you could Steam VR it onto your Quest 2. You wouldn't get it as an option to purchase it in the Meta Store. If you buy it on the Meta Store, some games give you access to the Quest version, be it 1, 2, 3, all of them, and to the Rift version, I think would be the latest, because it used to be CV1, but it'll be the Rift version now, and then the Rift version is just the same one that's released on Steam VR, but just on a different platform. So let's see what the level ups thing is. So a couple of things to note. One thing to note, I have absolutely ruined my stats. This was, because I played a lot on the Pico, at 100% until I started doing my tips in 30 ticks. I have balked so many runs to get footage, but who cares, it's just stats. So, but for those who'd like to know, you do get stats and how many runs you've done, how many completions you've had, your most picked weapons. There'll be statisticians that'll love all of this shit. So your progress, when you start the game, you start off with the levitation ability, sword, gun, and fire magic. Those two are the ones to go for. If you like your hand-to-hand, you could start with that, but you'd be better off leveling up this with those. Doggo is something that I'm hoping to show off tonight. There are some cosmetics and various bits and pieces. I knew it was level 7. Lucky level 7. When you get to level 7, you will unlock Gilded Boots as an option to pick as a blessing. If you can get that... Hang on. if you can get that, so many menus. If you can get that, you can then, every 300 money, grant 1 shield. We've got a lot of money at the moment, hence why our shields are huge. Shields recharge, I think, faster. You take less damage with shields than you do health, and shields recharge faster than life. Basically, when you get to the point, I mean, we're on the 2nd to hard difficulty, and I think my shields have dropped once, and that's because I went to the shop and spent all my money. Now then, Shattered Deceit Shield. To find out what boss you are up against before you go up against them, pick up the tips and tricks little ball here. It's like me, but in dice format. I have less question marks. You can actually press trigger now as well and scroll through all of the things that I explain in my tips in 30 ticks, or most of the things that I explain. The rock split, deceit shields, throwing objects and enemies and rocks, and that you can, you know, continually shoot it to blow it up. It doesn't tell you that you can blow off his arms to hurl them into him and drop his shield. However, that information is also in the game. There's a lot of information in a lot of games that I go through that I do my tips and tricks in, but hey, there you go. I read it, you didn't. I still get lots of people going, oh, what? You can do that? So you also... yeah, that's an idea. Oh, I'll be honest with you, between you and me, they're already paying me to do the tips and tricks videos. So that's nice of them, isn't it? At least we've got something coming in on the kitty. Now, that will start off the level and the boss as per normal. This will start the level off the elemental version of the enemy. The elemental version of the enemy, as I understand it, 'cause I don't know if they're going to change this in a future update, doesn't offer anything more in rewards. So you don't get more for beating the, like, the electrified version of Sin. Sin is the one that we're going to be smashing in just a moment. No. Sin? No, Deceit. Deceit is the one that we're going to be dealing with in just a moment, not Sin. And you can take an electrified version. Now, this does, though, roll in quite nicely to the whole style thing. If you are taking the souped-up version of the boss, and they're not that much harder, it does make, you're quite right, it does make them vulnerable to the opposite element, but it also means that they take less damage to the actual element, which then means that you can get your combo up really high, which then means that you can get your style up even higher, which then gets you more cash, and the cash and the souls are how you level up the weaponry, and it all just works out lovely. It's one of the ones that I am going to be doing is a little video kind of encapsulating all of that, called, well, most likely called Feigning Weakness. But well, yeah, there is times when they'll do that. So this boss is reasonably easy. You basically want to avoid him, and you can, with the right weaponry, just blast away and drop his shields. But he does have a lot of shields. The way to deal with him is the slow blade penetrates the shield, and by slow I mean fast, and by blade I mean rocks. Shield gone. So yeah, not slow blade at all. That's a Dune reference. And were we in the middle of a giveaway? I forget these things. I don't forget the important things. Well, the giveaways are important, but yeah, end it there. Pick us a winner on if we were in the middle of a giveaway. I feel like we were. Or were we? I don't know. I can't remember. Anyway, I'll kill the boss. You guys sort that out. The other way that you can drop his shields is one of the abilities that we have is if we just thrust forward. See, that's the point. Huh. Interesting. That doesn't have any element attached to it. If we just thrust forward whilst holding trigger, or, I think this one works, thrust down, we do like these kind of blast attacks that stun and knock the enemies. Well, no, it's not the cutting. Well done, Warmac. It is the taking off his arms gives you the thing to then throw at him. But you can also combo off of his arms as well. So, right. But one of the ways that you can do it is you can just keep casting fireballs at him until he dies. It's not a pretty way to do him, but it is a good way to combo off of him. And a lot of the time, the fireballs are going through his shields and doing damage. And then you're also comboing off of the enemies around the arena as well and getting additional damage. So that's one of the things that I didn't put in the tips and tricks. And there's other magics that do a really good job of that as well. Those blood magic, blood host things that I was talking about, they do a really good job of carving nearly all the bosses up. But there's a certain boss that you'll struggle if you try and hit him at the wrong time. Let's see if we have... No, there's no bodies. Gonna have to try that smushing thing again. Still not a great style score. It is kinda difficult to get a decent score on the bosses unless you are using something like lightning to really up that combo, and then also killing the enemies in the arena, because they spawn infinitely, but a lot of the time the things that efficiently kill the minions will also be hurting the bosses. At a boss we get another blessing, just in case our style wasn't balked enough we can add more. 60% of mana is converted to health. Mana is removed and health is used instead. Increase health regeneration. Pumping iron is normally a trait that I avoid like the plague. This is your hand-to-hand combat one, because you don't need that much mana in combat, and a lot of the weapons have or can get a vampiric effect, and this just makes you balked. So increase damage by 100% when dual wielding different weapons. Well, I'm not doing that anyway, but I'll take it. We have actually, yeah, it's that's actually part and parcel of what I was talking about with the software that I'm having to use to stream. I've still got the little brightener things on from when we were doing it when we did Propagation Hotel the other day. So here's an important thing. I will explain it. I'll probably do a tips and tricks video on this as well. I won't be able to visually show it off because I've maxed everything except my level up on my classes. At the end of a chapter, your money and souls are converted based on a multiplier, which will be shown here, into souls. I've got a silly amount of souls. I don't need souls anymore. Yeah, the thing is, the game does, you know, as I said, there are, as if you can look at that, that probably doesn't look much better. It can't, no, it's not, it is a little bit drab to watch, but or some of the environments are a little drab. Like, you know, this green, it's just green, solid green color as far as the eye can see. But, you know, the attention has been put into the actual arena and not really the outside. But I'm used to it all being done. But, yeah, VR 100% looks better in the headset. So if you look at a game and think like that's quite impressive in some areas, well, you're in for a fucking treat when you get it on your face. So what I was saying is about the whole money and souls and conversion. You also, it is I do know the exacts of it, but I've got to work it out now. I've had a chat with the devs as to how the experience system works. Is actually to do with the number of enemies slain and the different kind of enemies slain. Yes, you know, I mean, I noticed it quite a lot when I was watching the Propagation stream back. I thought, like, the colours were a lot more muted. And, like, the dark wasn't as dark in the headset as it was shown on OBS. So, but when you start getting your experience, your weaponry will level up as well. A little bar will go around the outside, and when a weapon is at a level where you can upgrade it, there'll be a little arrow here. When you see that arrow, rest at the hall and go and level the weapon up. And the simple reason, if you've got the souls to do it, the simple reason for this is because if a weapon has the arrow on and is leveled up, any further experience that you gain for a weapon that is at maximum experience will not count. So you could have a weapon sat there at level 5 that you haven't upgraded for many, many, many runs, and you won't like get all of the XP in one big bundle afterwards that you've been earning. You just stop earning it. That's why we have the option to rest at hall. I would demonstrate this, but I've upgraded everything, so I can't. So, but yeah, I'm hoping to do a video on that one if that one's not very clear. But that's... This game is a... Like, this game is a grind. Most games are. The times where I stop calling games a grind are when they are fucking joyous to play. This is joyous to play, so it does not feel like a grind. It really doesn't. But as I said, I've said already, let's just get him unlocked. I've said already on the background side of things, I think it's one of the areas that the devs have skimped on to make sure that all the stuff that is close to you is like the gun models on this and the weaponry models on this and some of the effects on some of the magic and all of the bits and pieces that are associated with those things are pretty good. To great. And then there's times when some of the textures are actually not too bad and passable, and then there's times where they're just a bit shit. I suppose that's as much as I can say. But you know, we're coming from PC VR to a mobile headset here, so you got to make sacrifices somewhere. My spider legs, yeah, I thought so too. Well, I don't know about good. That's subjective. But again, that's an ability. Just in case anyone's like, you can kick in this game? You can actually assign that to buttons in the options. They do hit, they do combo, and guess what? Just like in real life, kicking doesn't cost you mana. Be it one kick, two kicks, or kicking both at the same time. Why you don't fall on your ass, I don't know. It's the mysteries of the dance, I guess. Right, we've already got laser. Oh no, we can put laser sights on our shotguns. Technically cheating. Compact magazine? Yeah, sounds good. And then we'll have this. Now, what I should be doing, if I was looking at leveling up, say, the Tempest, but not actually using it, is I should be doing this. Experience is gold. Increase the amount of experience earned by this skill by 5%. It actually costs you quite a lot of mana to put this on, so it's not that advisable. Yeah, right. You're talking about one of my legs in real life and not the VR legs. Right, I see what you're doing there. Or did you mean something else, Op? I think you meant something else. Anyway, so experience is gold. If you are equipping a weapon to yourself or equipping a weapon to a slot that you are planning on not using, this is what you want to be going for whilst you are leveling it up in the background. And again, that's one of the things I really like about this. I have said it before. But hey, when's that stopped to be saying it again? If you play various games, like, yeah, here's another one where I should XP as gold, but I've got it at maximum level. If you've played various games like, I don't know, like your fucking, should we get some damage? Yeah. If you've played various games like Call of Duty, and you want to get a gun fully upgraded so that you can compete with it on the normal levels and lobbies in the single player or on Warzone or something along those lines, and you want to get all those attachments, you have to get good with that gun. Some of the guns are shit at that stage, and it is a fucking grind to get them to where you want them to be. Whereas in this game, if you pick up a weapon and you're like, oh, that's a bit underwhelming, or oh my god, I'm shit with that, then you can use something that you are good with to supplement the leveling up of something that you you are bad with, and then when you've got it at a higher level, you'll be more powerful just because it's more powerful, and then all of a sudden that weapon becomes more enjoyable. For instance, the shotgun is not particularly great when you first get it. I know, Von, I know, but calm down, hear me out. When you have that lever action, the shotguns become a dream to use, because you have to two-hand a shotgun to pump. And so by two-handing a shotgun, you can't have two. I mean, it's simple math. Simple math. Now, how many of the totems have we got? 3. Haven't really got a lot on the ways of blood magic at the moment. We'll get this... I'm going to try and get through this one as quickly as possible. Yeah, no worries, gentlemen, that's what I do. I mean, you're most welcome, actually, gentlemen. Some people just ask for silence from me when I'm doing these streams. But don't you worry, those people will never win. Never, ever win. Those attacks that those lightning samurai do are fucking horrible. This is why I put the bullets on the lower, on my hip slot. Just in case anyone was wondering, because I can do this, and then I'm ready to fire again. I mean, I just actually have to just do that. We have given away 4 of the 5. Wall run? No. And flip. Silent Silver does exist when his microphone cuts out because he forgot to charge the bastard. Tell you that for now. Never done that so far though. Or twice. One of the 2. No! Combo over. Boo! As I said, if anyone's wondering how I'm going in slow motion, because you can... no, you won't. You can't just... You can press a button on... Well, you can have the buttons modified however you want them. As you should. As you should. You know you can... I take it it's something I haven't spoken a lot about, because it always seems like a dodgy subject to talk about. And no, don't worry, but devs, I'm not going straight on to piracy. The account sharing side of things. I assume everybody knows about that and how broken that is, and how, like, you know, I account share with my brother and my children on their headset as well. And it's actually quite easy to do. And you can all, as long as you're not all playing games, the same game at the same time, then I think you can account share infinitely. It's only when you are trying to play the same game with each other that you can come into major problems. Ah, levitation. Right. Retrieve the last held object by quickly pressing the grip button. We don't need that one, although I do want to reduce the XP. Heavier than metal is not the one that we want. Was it seeing ghosts? I think it was seeing ghosts. Now we can levitate more items at a time. It is a extra one. Thank you, Vaughn. Sorry, Vaughn, the batteries are making you redundant, or at least one of your many, many duties redundant. Don't worry, though, we still need you to give away the keys. Can I electrify this? No. What about flame? No, I know you can't. As stupid as it sounds, I have done that previously to make sure that you couldn't. What about this wheelie bin? Imagine the kind of weaponry that we could turn that into. If we could just simply... I thought it was actually going to work then. If we could simply imbue the wheelie bin with the element of lightning, what weaponry we would have at that time. for anybody who likes, as I keep on banging on about the acrobatic side of things, did I say how you do it? You literally, when you are at the apex of your jump, you just raise your hands. You are here for the pie, that's quite right. Never replaced. Never ever. Yeah, if you put things on one account. So the way that I did it, and I don't know if this has changed, and I'm hesitant to do a video because I obviously don't want it stopped, but I'll talk about it in a live stream because, you know, I'm going to make it this far into the live stream. They're going to go, yeah, this guy talks way too much. Just turn it off. So if you sign it into your headset in your name, put another Facebook account on there as a sub to it, and I think you can put up to 4 of them in, and then change to that one, and then in another headset sign into your original account. You can account share between both of those and just use the games. I think that's the regular method, to be fair. From what I can gather as well, it is completely allowable. So this one is new. This allows us to end the current run and escape with all of your collected loot. So I've never taken that before because I didn't really see the point, but I don't die very often, so but I would imagine that would have the benefit of, if you're coming up to or things are starting to get going, you can bin out and complete the run. So good for stats, but more importantly, it would give you that end screen that I was talking about where it tallies up your current money and souls and then multiplies them. But yeah, we don't want to be ending the run. We need vault magic. Oh, I didn't look at the fucking thing, idiot. Right, we'll have this. No mana. Won't show it yet because we haven't got the additionals. I do wish it would show underneath during the act screens, because the thing is, I've done a video about it. I still don't even bother checking half of the time because again, it doesn't, not to sound pie on standby Von, but the only thing that can hold me back is oh, I know it's totem, I just didn't know what the map modifier was because I wanted to talk about that. So let's get some lightning involved. Are these going to do what I think they're going to do? Yeah, there you go. And all the work is being done for me again. Ow. Get that out. Oh, shit. And also, this is what I was talking about with blood ghosts. I did say I promised to show blood ghosts off. All I'm doing, summoning blood, throwing it at the floor, and look at the murder swarm of hornets go and do my bidding. And the bonus of these as well is they won't home in on the totems, so I can literally just keep on throwing these, and you can increase the number of ghosts that go out. Like, I don't know if you guys can see that, my combo's into the thousands already, and I'm literally down, cast, down, throw, down, throw, down, throw, down, throw. And I haven't even leveled this up yet. Blood magic, when you have Devil Trigger, is broken. The thing that stops you being able to do that straight away is the fact that normally, to summon blood magic, you have to have picked up the blood crystals. I have an ability, which I think is fucking broken, and even I raised an eyebrow and then smiled like an idiot when I saw it, and the ability, aptly called, is called Devil's Trigger. That's right. This was before I was chatting to the devs, I might add. They did not name it after me. However, what a cool piece of lore that would be for the channel. But yeah, definitely one of my favourite abilities, and it's called Devil Trigger. I will use some other weapons other than pistols, but we do have to unlock them. I also want to just kind of show, like, I'm playing this second to top difficulty, and I have leveled up the pistols, but this should show you that, like, it's another thing that I don't think I've commented on this before. there's a lot of games where you find something that you like, and then something better comes along, and then what you like all of a sudden becomes fucking redundant, not because you can't use it anymore, but because it's too difficult to use anymore. Because of the broken nature of where you can go in Hellsweepers and the roguelike mechanics and the various bits and pieces, I don't think any weapon would ever become irrelevant. You would be able to use anything technically forever. Why is it not dropping them now? So yeah, that's definitely not working, which is unfortunate. I'm not checking whether they're doing it in the game though. No. Right, 1, 2, 3. Lovely. More paid violence. Right, we've got another one on. Let's see if it works now. Lots more paid violence. Oh, even more paid violence. It does make unholy magic very expensive, but we're not technically using that. What's that one? Corporeal lens. If a thrown sword hits a target, automatically teleport to it. So all of a sudden you then have a new option. Again, these are the things that I'm talking about that this game is fucking fantastic for. Just when you think you like, oh yeah, swords, that'd be great. Oh, now I can stab forward and it thrusts me forward a little bit. Oh, and now I can throw my sword at an enemy and be teleported instantly to it and probably pull the sword out of them and continue to bash. I've played way too many games like this. Not necessarily in VR. Played way too many games like this where the upgrades are minus 10 mana, plus 10 weapon damage, plus 15 ammo. And it's like, yeah, that's all well and good in a roguelike, but, you know, at least change the effects. At least make it look better or different. Make me feel like I am getting more powerful with what I'm doing. Talking of powerful, I've got loads of those extra pellets on the shotguns. We should have a look at that now. And this game does a great job of that. An absolutely fantastic one. Well, that's a lot more pellets than the original 7. I think that's up to about 13, and that's only with a couple of upgrades. And I've also done something to tighten the spread of that as well. So, and I would imagine you can get it to tighten the spread so that that is just like one big fucking bullet. Firing bullet bills out of your shotgun. When, VR? When? Now. That's when. Right. That's enough shotgun. This I like as well. You know, I'm at the stage where I want to play through the game, just fuck about, and I can. And I can do it easily and on the fly. This isn't how you play the game. A lot of what I'm doing tonight is not how you play the game. But for the purposes of showing it off, well, they'll just work just fine, won't it? And, ooh, I didn't get to show off ignition. We'll come back to that one later. Where's my stone hand? It is always worth, especially in the levels where it blocks off a lot of these places you can enter by. All of these are like little rooms, because every room in essence, with the exception of 1 or 2 and the infinite corridor, are in essence an arena. One of the things that I did notice, they scaled back the sizes of the levels and reduced the numbers of enemies that occur at the same time. But they did. Oh, I was going to try and smush a corpse. Have they all been swept away? They have. Oh no, they haven't. There they are. But yeah, in Sairento, no, it's still not happening. Oh, what's that now? Oh, bullets. Of course it was. So in Sairento, blood magic. That's what you're usually supposed to do with it. In Sairento, much bigger levels, a lot more enemies around, and that was a quest optimized for Quest 2 game, and they've kind of scaled the levels in. Basically, long story short, I love the levels on Sairento. There's not enough of them, but they're so good for like all the wall running. Maybe I'll show that off a little bit later. Sairento's a really good game. So, and it hasn't been optimized for Quest 3, and I'd like to see how it looks for you guys watching. So that one's another one that I can, I've only just started on that one because my save didn't come across for whatever reason. I think that was when I went from Quest 1 to Quest 2 and I didn't go back on it since. Here you go. 1 million style. That's a little bit much, isn't it? Lightning Emperor. That is a great ability, but we need mana. I'm not going to get it. Lightning Emperor. So, Lightning Emperor means that now there are more forks of lightning when we fire. So that means that as I'm leveling up, my weaponry is, and most importantly, looks more powerful. That, for me, in a good roguelike game, needs to happen. Otherwise, you're just fucking raising stats. And that's not fun. Raising stats needs to be done, but I need to feel like I am visually growing more powerful. Hellsweeper does a fantastic job of that. I think this was a survival one, wasn't it? Are we 3 hours in and we haven't given away all the keys? I must have been really yammering on tonight. Maybe we should do that last key, Vom. What do you reckon? Did we have one left? I can't remember. Glowing indeed. Right? It's not going to be Von's fault. She's way too efficient, precise, and stuff. It'll be me. Guaranteed. Like, this level's more interesting. This is... I mean, this is still not a patch on Sairento's size and scale of its levels. This is still quite a big one. We need to get busy on this level, actually. If we're going to get the style. Get out. One of the things that I will say as well is I'm using pros. That could make a difference on how easy you can do the gestures. I would have said it would be easier to learn on pros than it would be on Quest 2 controllers, which is where I would have learned. Quest 3s are a lot better for tracking. One of the things that you will have to do with your gesturing is try and keep your gesturing in front of your body, because guess what? The controllers do not track behind your body. Although when you have pros, I can literally summon things behind my back, which has no practical application whatsoever. This is me just throwing those shitty little lightning orbs about as well. But because of how I've leveled them up, and the... Ow. Ow. Ow! Stop it! The level's finished! No need to be sick on me. You can be killed by the level after effects, I might add as well. I've had that happen also. What we got? I'll take that. Phantom Thief, that's what we need. We get vampirism as well. Blood-infused attacks recover 10% more damage as health. So, I believe blood magic already has vampirism on it, but you can increase its amount with this. More discount. There you go. Blood magic now costs us pretty much nothing to summon. However, ooh, it does affect the AoE. Normally, I don't get to hold on to that for quite as long, because it absolutely, this, destroys your mana. But now it doesn't. Look at it, isn't it beautiful? And this absolutely fucking wrecks. Thank you, Vom. Right, so, yeah. Last key to give away, and then you can all go to bed. So, if we can have brooms in the chat for a chance to win that last key. What colour oh, that's the ice one, isn't it? Yeah, I do remember which one that is. for the of you left, this is what I was talking about. Controlled, yeah, so it can, the Tempest can actually have all three of the elements, because blood isn't technically an element really now, is it? But controlled heat or turbocharged, so it can get fire effect, lightning effect, and it can also get ice effect as well. And those are natural things to the Tempest. But you can equip all of those abilities on top of them by summoning magic and smashing it to the weapon. Huh, interesting. That doesn't work that way then. No, that one. Yeah, I need to increase the amount of blood ghosts that we can get for blood magic at some point. Well, once again, I have got apps. We're almost at the end of the stream, and I've got absolutely nowhere into the run. But, well, I don't know about you lot, but I've had fun, and honestly, that's all that matters, surely. Yeah, what Javon said this quite right. You only need to put one broom in. Offenders will be made to count their number of brooms. And so, there we go. Look, smashing gold and stuff. Why is it working now? I have no idea. Multiple offenders to that rule will be made to count the number of brooms that they have. The first one they put in, they will be in the giveaway. The next one they put in will take them out the giveaway. You will be warned if that's happening to you. So just put it in once. That's all we need. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but remember that every time you put the broom emoji in chat, it reads it out to me. I am not reading chat. I am being talked to by... what's it called? Text to something? Speech? Barely. Barely fucking speech. You're such a dad joke. You really are. Good man. Well done. That's fantastic. Maybe next sweep, I will, maybe I will name it something like that in your honor, because that's fantastic. I mean, it's ridiculously shit, but fantastic at the same time, so, yeah. Small statue of a lovely dog. Can be thrown, just in case anyone was wondering. Small statue of a lovely half crate. Can be thrown, if anybody was wondering. Some of the levels, like, one of the things that I never do, although it's a little bit lower res and it's a little bit pixelated, well, no, not pixelated, just not smoothed out in places, and the colours can be a little bit muted. Some of the colour palettes that they've gone for look great, some of them not so much. But, like, look at the environments. These are all actually people's apartments. Now, I don't know if you've ever been to Japan, but they don't make apartments like this. This is like lots of different apartment blocks, houses, and various bits and pieces smushed together. And this is what happens in the, well, in hell or the in-between or whatever it is that we're in. And then you got all of this tentacle hentai shit going on as well. So we're definitely in Japan, that much I can tell you. Or Japan's version of hell. So, can't remember what that's called, but I know it has Oni in it, so. Shit! That was Flora's lava. Okay, so you're gonna see the best, easily the best map modifier in the game. This is another example of what I was talking about, smoke blades. So, remember how we can go lightning, imbue, fire magic, and cast? Well, now instead of one, we get two. And I believe you can multiply that ad infinitum as well. The only problem with those ones is they're not for the lazy man. You have to do those manually. You have to guide them yourself. So, another little thing. Don't think this gets talked about enough. Look at that. Lightning, and look how my fingers dance. I'm not doing that. That's all the game. My fingers are dancing, and I think it's such a nice little effect, because fire doesn't do that. fire pulses. Blood is like clawed, so there's different poses for the different things. And then I think ice is a straight one. And then there's, again, different hand gestures and all of these little bits and pieces. For me, the attention to detail in this game has been spent in all the right places. Yeah, so fucking what? Some of the environments look a little bit drab. It doesn't get in the way of what this game is. And it's just good, pure, solid fun and gameplay. And I don't know, if I haven't been able to show that off tonight, then, yeah. Well, I'd argue that you might not have been watching very hard. But yeah, it's, but then the thing is as well, the way that I'm playing this, as I have already said previously, may not be for you. Rest assured, you will be able to find a way. You'll be able to find a way to, enjoy. 4,000 indeed. This is one of the ones that I was talking about where there is a limited number that you can get it to. This actually creates more rocks when we crush the enemies. Not because you need more than one rock to crush the enemies, but because you can then use those rocks to... It's a really good one. Levitation is a really good skill to use in conjunction with unarmed. If we get the ones that have a maximum number of completed, they will never show up again. That's a thing within roguelikes, very much so. Get attributes that are alright, but if you can max them out, you never have to worry about seeing them again, is a strategy. Nope. Quite right. Yeah, everybody gets a blessing when blessings come along, and you get your individual choices, but every chest, to keep the level of power down between you and your cooperative partner, you have to, as Von says, choose. I mean, having said that though, Von, you have played a fair amount with me. Right, what Von said. That's probably about as well as I could say it. But yeah, you can then play this game with somebody like me, and I'm like, I don't know, so it actually has practical implications for the multiplayer. If you like playing the game a certain way, for instance, I like the starting pistols. I'm just using them as basics. I put lasers on. We've seen that you can have 6 underbarrels, a stupidly big cylinder. You can have daddy barrel bigger than mummy barrel. You can have split bullets. They ricochet. You can two-hand them. They've got effects that you can add onto them. They are a very versatile bit of kit. You can reload them with these power things, which then allow them to do silly things like cast silly amounts of ghosts, blood ghosts. And so I may turn around to Von and go, yeah, I'll use pistols. And so then if pistols come along, I'll take them. She can basically have everything else. You can also, if you are doing better on your account or you're further along the way than somebody else, help them out with the grind a little bit as well. I think me and Von have managed to get a fair few levels for her. So, and yeah, it's getting there. I'll get her upside down one day though, chat. Don't you worry about that. Now, did we get floor as lava? Oh, looks like I got away with it. The floor is not lava. Might be meteorites then. I don't know. Ah, your head says no, 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 but your heart says yes, 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 Von. Or would that be your stomach? No, it'd probably be... Head says yes, yes, yes. Stomach says no, no, no. That would probably be correct. Level 25 indeed. And yeah, you've got your... One things that I would say, and we'll, just before I finish off tonight, we'll go and have a look at it, because it's another feature that I've barely talked about, is the class system. For anybody starting this off, I think you have the classes either available quite early on, or you might even have them available from the start. Decide what you think you are going to do, and pick the class that is appropriate for that. If you're going to use a lot of magic and you're happy with it being the gesture based that it is, let's get some blood hosts out there, shall we? This should make things easy. And yeah, and if you are, like, one of the things I was going to comment there as well, the fact that I can do that little quick cast, this almost feels like don't know if anyone remembers the Halo 2 days. There's little glitches that you could do to fast reload and do double shots, the XRBR or whatever the fuck it was. And, like, combining the magic at an angle so that you can fire them off before going into the AoE spell for me. It's little things like that that I can get away with that make me feel like a fucking badass, not just in the, like, style and flipping department, but just for, I don't know, just wrecking the game, finding new ways and exploits and various bits and pieces. And, you know, at the end of the day, it's single player. You know, you're not hurting anybody's experience. It's like, you know, I don't want to cast the shitty area of effect spell. I want blood hosts, and I want them now. Let's try some lightning ones. And what I'm doing then, instead of double, smush, up, fire, I am double, and then I go sideways, and keep one palm up and pull both triggers. When you are ready to cast your ultimate, as long as you have one palm up and pull both triggers, ow, then it will cast successfully. So, well, usually. I actually had to start adapting that because I've found with what was happening with this mana drain, that's the other thing that you can happen if you don't get your timing right. Look out! It's coming right for you! Oh dear. Yeah, there you go. Body burst. That counts as a mutilation. I get all the extra coin for it. Those are... Hey, hello. Those do not count as enemies. They are body parts. Nice jump. Where are you going? Oh, okay. Oh. Didn't quite make the wall run. Oh, lost combo. Boo. Right. So as I was saying previously as well, once you've got blood magic and devil's trigger, broken. And this isn't even the half of it. Oh, did I just smash one of my control pads? Oh, okay, I'm down to one hand now. Or what the hell? I think I just hit one of my control pads together while it's trying to smush. And it has... Oh, it was back. I know. Come on. Pros. £300 worth of kit. Still not perfect. Far from it. Come on, you prick. I'm gonna need both hands to do this. No, it's doing that blue flashing I can't connect thing. Oh, wait, hang on. It's gone white. Oh. Or literally they glanced off of each other. There you go. So that's probably worth mentioning. There's a lot of people that have had a lot of problems with the pros. I have had some of those problems, but not all. The Sleeping Beauty problem, where they go to sleep and then don't wake up unless you reset the headset, that now actually seems to be fixable by holding down the Oculus button and resetting them. I still don't think they are worth the money, because £300 is a lot of fucking kachinga for a pair of controllers that are marginally better than the Quest 3 ones. Top features for the Pro controllers include being able to do things behind your back, which VR games are not designed to do anyway. And the actual good feature is you get little charging stations. Those are false casting now. Let's try and cast normally. There we go. And yeah, the little battery stations are really good. Oh, another thing to note as well, those guys with the shells actually have additional money and souls on them automatically. There are modifiers that you can get where you'll only go up against a single kind of enemy. That's the one that you want to be going up against, because you'll just get rich doing that. Again, why do I know this? Why do I know that? Have I counted the amount that they drop? Nope. It's all in the bestiary or whatever you want to call it. You can actually read all about these sort of things and what all the enemies do and some of their weaknesses within this. So, you know, hey there, silver-tongued devil doing tips in 30 ticks. Go and read the manual. What do you want from me? Although there are no manuals. Hey look, cardboard box. We don't need that. So, here's what I was talking about. I kind of want to show you the floor is lava. It's terrifying. I hate it. Objective. Objective. And then the various elements. Yes, yeah, that would be a good thing, Von. Then you can get to bed. Sorry. Go for it, Von. Let's take that one. Totem. So you can use those totems. When you first start out, you'll be trying to avoid certain modifiers and go for certain modes. As you progress into the game, you'll like the challenge that the level can then present you by, I don't know, if you use a lot of lightning, giving you a lot of lightning enemies, you know. But again, as we've talked about, that's not a bad thing. And that just literally blanked out whatever name you said. What did you say? Oh, when it's V. Wait. Can somebody just type fee for me, please? Because I'm pretty sure my TTS just like whispered at me and just went. That's fucking brilliant. Yeah, no worries, Fee. See, even the mods get things every now and again on the channel. Right. What are we saying? Oh. It said it right then. It's saying it right then. When it just came through a minute ago, it just went... It was brilliant. Oh, hang on. Chests. Hey, the one thing that I will say about Hellsweeper is not only are they still updating it, but this one goes on, like, sale quite regularly. If you think you must have it now, I think I might have one or two more activations on my 25% off, maybe. But the game regularly goes on sort of like 30%. I think it's just come off one, if memory serves. This is one of those games where, I mean, all I can tell you is what I can show you and what I can see. This is one of those games, bear in mind, I am tight as fuck when it comes to money. This is one of those games where if for some reason I couldn't stand it and I had to have this game now, I'd be tempted to pay the full price for this if I knew what I know about it now. So, and that is a rare as shit comment from me, because I wouldn't even pay full price for IDU. But again, maybe that's because I've been playing that too long and I'm very jaded with that game now, so... And as I said, part of the reason why I haven't shown off the cooperative on this, me and Von have played it quite a lot. I've played with one or two others as well online, and it's just a little bit temperamental. It will work eventually, but it's like, I'm trying to think of another game where I've had it. I haven't had any in VR, really. But there have been... I have had some games in VR where, like, you know, you get the room code and you connect and it kicks somebody out, so then someone has to rejoin, then you find it's the order and you have to rejoin and disconnect. These things do happen. You know, the multiplayer wasn't that long ago implemented and didn't ship originally with the game either. So the fact that they added it after the fact was probably planned, but obviously wasn't ready at the time. I don't think it was sort of like gatekeeped content. Here's something that we can do with these levels. I think we said, you can do this on bosses as well. So we can prep the level before we begin. Now when we step out, all of these will just go off and do my bidding. The best one for that, though... Oh, they should have. Oh, there they go. And by the time they get there, because we haven't got them for very long, they will disappear. The better blood magic, but you just don't get the dismemberment side of things, is the lightning one, if I can get it to cast. Oh, come on. Stop pissing about. Oh, actually, here's something I don't get to see a lot. I don't think I've ever cast that. This always takes so much damn magic. The lightning blood literally locks onto and teleports to targets and then just electrocutes the fuck out of them. It's so powerful. It's so broken. One of the things that I will say, if you have got blood magic and the blood host up to being able to stay out for a very long amount of time, but you are still being killed by the enemies, use lots of the normal blood hosts, i.e. those ones, and then supplement it with 3 or 4 of those ones. And the reason being is the lightning ones will teleport to and hold in place the enemies, lightning the fuck out of them whilst your blood hosts close in and get the kill. That then just basically stops any enemy getting anywhere near you. And the reason why I say to summon 3 or 4 is they will usually separate to the different enemies and stun lock them, which is what stops them being able to travel and get to you. Which is, well, great for us. No fun for the enemy. There's one left. Thought I just heard it then. Is it underneath? Where are you? Oh, there you are. Why are you in slow motion? Do you want to answer me that? So, I mean, it presents us with an amusing opportunity. Ow! Fucking fuck off. So yeah, when they are weak enough, you do have to do a bit of damage to them first. You can then levitate them and fling, which is always fun. You could play through this game with something just like levitate magic as well, and it would be a fun playthrough. The only problem that you have with trying to concentrate on a specific thing is whether you get the luck to get that within the run. But, you know, that's the very essence and nature of roguelikes. Nope. Let's have more of that so it's almost disappears. Yeah, let's max it. Lovely. I'll get this level completed. We'll have a look at what is available in the game, because that's one thing that I haven't gone through is all the cool stuff. Oh, look, we're just coming off and we've just unlocked Doggo. Oh man, what a shame. I love dogs. Yay. Hellhound becomes immune. Doggy surprise, projectiles. Yep, that one. So now we have the ability to summon the dog. We do this with its squeaky toy, which, when press trigger on, does squeak. And the dog loves it. So, a couple of things that you can do. So, we can throw this to the dog, or away from the dog, and it will chase it and then and fight the enemies. We can, for you dog lovers, hold the yeah, that's right, isn't it? You stupid bunch of pixels. Yes. You can hold the... Alright, fucking calm down. That's first and the last time that is ever happening. It is literally for purposes of stream. you can hold the grip button and, you know, stroke the dog. You can actually stroke each other's dogs in the co-op as well. Me and Von found that out also. So, a couple of other things that you can do with the dog. It can, if you get its attention... Now I have its full attention, I can now throw it something. It is now a gun dog. And it will fire the gun. It can become a bow dog. If you want your dog to fire bows and arrows, I don't think that string's worked out so well there for you. And you can equip that, I believe, with any weapon. Ah, I've got to test this now. I've never tried it with, let's put this and that. Actually, no, I don't need to do that. I can just literally put that there. Okay, you might get used if you can pull this off. No pressure. Right? No. No. Which one did I put it on? Shit, can't remember. There we go. Haha. Come on. Come on. Work, 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 work. Okay, that's pretty fucking cool. We've got a dog that holds an Adachi. It's very good. It's very good. So if you want to go for a doggo build, you can do that. There is a class that is specific to the game which will allow you to summon more doggos. So we can also then a combination of either imbuing the pet to imbue, or the squeaky toy to imbue the pet. Oh yeah, you can get the skill to do that, can't you? And hang on, have I replaced it already? Yeah, I have. All right, stop it. Hang on. I think personally, don't know if Von will agree or not, but I think blood magic is probably gone. Put unholy off. That's why. Wash. And that one there. Yes, and let's just put doggo there for now. Cool. I think personally blood magic is the best one, because then the other way you can do it as well is if you imbue yourself and then summon the dog, you get the imbued effects. So now doggo has two smaller, bloodier doggos. I believe you can pet these as well. Oh, they don't like it so much, but you can pet them eventually. Do they do the same animations as well? Shut up! You're not getting any of my attention. Yeah, you heard. Alright, fucking hell. I hate dogs. Anyway, so there's lots of things for you animal lovers. I don't hate dogs. I like other people's dogs. I don't want my own. Dogs, I've got children. That's all the pets I need. No, I am definitely not playing favourites. I don't even like them. Stupid pixels. But anyway, yeah, so they will literally follow me round and pretty much attack everything. One of the other things that they can do as well, if anybody is struggling with savagery and you are using doggos, is, and I think this works specifically on the blood magic variant, where you get multiple, savagery will make a point of going for the closest closest enemy target to him, and he can go after the dog. He does stomp the dog very quickly, but it can buy you the time. Right up! Right! Yeah. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 40,000 more style than we needed. But note how the further you get as well, you get a bit of a pathetic level score and map modifier score as well. Don't concentrate on those to get you anything. Ooh. Okay. That's why. Duality of dog. Hellhound will split into 2. Okay. Get out of there! Stupid dog. So, hang on. So, if we now go... no. This is why I hate changing them. So, now I've got 2. Ah, you only get 2 more. There you go. Well, we've got a veritable little pack now. So, like I was saying... Alright, fucking go away. Stop following me! God, they are like children. Oh, would you fuck off? I'm going to the next level. Jesus. So, if you have, there is a skill called Packmaster, I think it is. And that allows you to summon even more. So you can have, if memory serves, I think you can have, well, we'll go and have a count up. There you go. I never get much more than like chapter 2 done. I will most likely continue this run if I've got videos to do, though. This is why I have to keep deleting runs to go and get the footage for my various videos. But I was talking about the whole necromantic thing. So after everything that I've talked about, let's have a little bit, now that you've got a bit more information about you, let's have a little bit more of a depth in on the class. So you've got your leveling up, which levels you up, gets you additional blessings, doesn't get you stats anymore. All stats are controlled by your classes now, if you haven't played this one for a long time. And also your leveling up affects the what you can purchase and when, as far as your skills are concerned. Now, at the moment we're Acrobat, you'll see that at level 1, 30% more damage when jumping and sliding. I don't like that one because I don't want to be doing more damage. If anything, I want to be making myself weaker, as I've explained fairly continuously through the stream. Number 5, though, 1 additional blessing will be locked in before the run. These are quite regular within all of these. They allow you to lock in. Would you shut up? They allow you to lock in specific... Look, see, paid violence. Or casual, anyway. There's no point in me doing that. It'll just respawn infinitely. But I can try and keep him quiet. So, because that's really annoying. The Gilded Boots you can add to here, and you can lock in blessings before the beginning of a run. So the higher you get your class, the more of these that you can lock in. And then, like, I would always recommend Gilded Boots. I also go with, is that Arrogance or is that Genius Exploit? Reduce mana cost of movement and bullet time by 20%. Again, very important one, especially if your build hasn't got an awful lot of mana. So the other one is on the hounds. So we can put it on now. So if you like things following you around that aren't bloodhounds, we get this, I don't know, are you like a Beanie Baby, but a really, like, fucked up version or something? I mean, yeah, you can stroke it and it loves it. I believe this attacks. I've never gone out equipped with any of this because I haven't started leveling it up yet. But you get one of these following you around, and you also get additional stats. This is the Tamer class. You get additional stats for your companions, and they share stats with you. Still get the additional blessings. 2 flying heads will accompany you. 50% of your stats. Oh, I thought there was... Oh, I suppose it is, yeah. You can... There's definitely a way to get more doggos, but I can't remember what it is. So, but yeah, you can get a full-on pack of the bastards following you around. So, just to round things out, here's a little... Ooh. Oh, it was the... Shut up. So, we'll just round things... Don't do that quickly. Just round things out with all the things that are in the game. Now, yeah, it's not an IDU bat, is it? Right, so let's just put that back on. But yeah, so if you are starting this game out, it is very important to try and pick one of these. All-rounder is pretty good for any class that you are doing. If you find yourself using a lot of magic, switch to spellcaster. If you find yourself doing a lot of gunplay, this allows a lot of auto-reloading and like manually reloading for you and just picking up ammunition, so that can be very good. Vanguard is what you want to use if you are a hand-to-hand build. He has the special ability at top or close to top level, or is it at the beginning? No, it's at the beginning. You can deflect and block enemy attacks and projectiles with your, well, it says head, but face, basically. So, yeah, that's the hand-to-hand combat build one, which is quite unique for a game. Yeah, block things with your face, why not? And, yeah, Acrobat is what I'm doing. You get additional jumps. Where is it? Increase I don't know if you guys can see that or not because it's quite small and blurry. That's probably a bit better. Increase maximum number of jumps by 1. By default in this game, you can only jump twice. You can only do a double jump before you have to land. We're at the point now where we can do a quadruple jump before we have to land. You can get to the point where you can do a sequential jump and then I don't know what 6 is. I know sequential is 5. The hexagonal amount of jumping. You can jump 6 times before you have to land. So this is very much within my remit of me liking to go upside down a lot and not have to touch the floor. So, and then all round is just all round. Spellcaster. Spellcaster's another one of the ones that's actually really good in respect to the fact that he doesn't just allow you to do more. I'll put it on. Now, with Spellcaster on, when I summon orbs, I get orbs orbiting me as well. And the number of orbs that you get orbiting... Sorry, dude. I really didn't mean to do that. The number of orbs that you get orbiting increases as you go up to the levels, up to 7. Von's leveling this up for us at the moment, and I'd like to see if you cast 2 of these, what 14 more spinning around your body looks like. I don't think you'll be able to see anymore, but you'll be fucking powerful, so who cares? Here's a cool thing with lightning as well. The bodies jerk spasmodically before blowing up. It's always a highlight of lightning magic, it really is. Really, really is. Anyway, so that's a little bit about the classes. I need to carry on. I'm very methodical. I'll pick the ones that I like, go through them, level them up, and then get the rest of them leveled up at some point in the future. So we have all skills. Now, this game, I suppose, I would actually, having watched a little bit of it on... I think it was Beardo Banjos I was watching it. Watching Hellsinger. Now, that game looks all well and good, but I checked and it's got 6 weapons. I mean, this game eats that for breakfast. For me, all you need to do to make this Hellsinger is put some death metal on in the background. And with Spotify, we can now do that. So you get a sword. And we've kind of had a look at that one. You can get an axe. The axe has the ability to split and fire parts of it off that then act as glaives that spin around the place. We have the mace. I'll show that one because that one's a very visual one. So the mace, again, I haven't played a lot with the melee weaponry, but the mace has the ability, when you two-hand it, you can bat people away with it. You have got the ability to hook shot to things and be drawn to them. So if you didn't want it for the bow, you could use it with the mace, and then you could palm spring off of things. That feel, if you are into upside down and acrobatics and cartwheeling, I mean, I have never done a cartwheel in my fucking life, but I'm sure I would be really good at it if I ever tried. And the feeling that you get of doing that, come on, fire, there you go, of pushing your hand into the ground to spring off is so good. Really, it's really well done. I don't even think it's intended. Like, and I can use my weapon to do it as well. It's so good. So good. But yeah, the mace is very much like the kunai blades, or is it the... I can't remember what they're called now. You can basically convert it into a whip. You can make this whip longer. So is it double and hold? Double and hold. No, it's double and then leave. There you go. I used to use these quite a lot. That's why it's annoying that I can't remember what it's called. Does that use mana? So there you go. And then you can live out your S&M bondage fantasies live in VR. Don't even need to go to VR chat. Don't even need Phantom Touch for these sort of things. And you can do it, of course, in slow motion and upside down. And that that's a bug that's being worked on at the moment. If anyone can see some of the effect, the blast effect works sometimes when you swing some of the weapons. That's a new problem that's been integrated into the game, and it seems to happen with the mace quite a lot as well. I'm trying to think what else this does. Right, Kim? Thought you might still be here. So yeah, all fantasies lived out, no phantom touch. What else we got? And so we've got the rifle, which again, another firearm. Lots of attachments for this one, including bayonet, shotgun, and grenade launcher attachment that I think was just added. This one is a little bit of a pain in the arse, but you are now allowed to auto reload it. It starts out as burst. You can increase the amount of shots that it has on burst. The sights are not great, but you shouldn't be using sights in these sort of games. To be fair, what you should be doing with these is that you should be two-handing everything, because there's not a massive amount of recoil in the burst fire. You can pull, you can pull this little, stop it, you can pull, come on now, there you go, it's because I was pressing the wrong fucking button. You can pull the trigger and pull this one, and that changes it into a fully automatic weapon. Then I've got auto reload on it as one of the skills, but it also works with that thing that I was saying about, oh, I think I need to go to the toilet. No. So it also works with that auto thing at my hip that I was banging on about. If you two-hand the weapon, you get those piercing shots, and if you sideways the weapon, I think that's a charge shot, which expends all of your ammunition. Is it all? No, it might not be all, but yeah, it's an even more powerful, kind of like a sniper shot with like huge amounts of recoil. So yeah, there's that. And should really show from the grenade launcher. I haven't really used it an awful lot myself, actually, so I'm keen. But yeah, bayonet, grenade attachment, shotgun under barrel. Oops. There you go, grenade launcher. And then I would imagine we simply hold and press the other trigger. There you go, it's a proper thudunk. Not quite as visually explosive and spectacular as I was hoping for, but you know, if that's not enough for you, you can do it upside down. That's not bad, actually. I like it. And you don't even need to reload it. Brilliant. But it will use like probably 5 ammunition, so it's also huge as well. Look at that. Wonder if it powers up, actually. That's a good point. Let's have a look. That's a very good sound, though. That's a very satisfying sound. Someone has definitely slapped their hand on the end of a pipe. So, again, I'm just being very brief with all of these because we've got a lot to get through. Tempest you've seen, shotgun you've seen, fire magic, ice magic we have barely touched. Ice magic has outward. Yep. Ice magic has like your normal frost area of effect, which slows enemies down. That one's a bit underwhelming, I guess. I think ice magic is probably the most underwhelming of the magics. Forward and fire fires a bunch of icicles. You can actually upgrade that to change it into one fuck off huge icicle, and then you can get more of those, and you can get it so it'll fire several small ones and then one big fuck off one. Thanks, Vaughn. Hey, what can I say? I'm enjoying myself. And if you need to get off to bed, mate, you do so. Thank you very much for doing all the key giveaways and everything. We can imbue frost magic to ourselves, and that then gives us the ability to fire all sorts of weird and wonderful magical shit. Like, for instance, these towers are actually quite fantastic. They will fire lightning that then chains amongst enemies for fucking days. They're really good. And then ice with fire. If anybody is a Dragon Ball Z fan, let me just Assert your needs. I could have done this with ice, but I'm not going to. So you'll see there that we are able to fire mini Krillin style hypno. Oh, that's not it. Mini style Krillin, or probably Freezer Destructo discs. Not hypno discs, that's something else. If we were to... Not that one. Not that one. Gonna have to go through to... that one. This one. Ice is even better than that, actually, Von. I'll show you in a minute. Oh, is it It is. No, they've got... Oh, they've taken it away. No. Increase laser discount. Increase the maximum number. Oh, where is it? Mega laser. Will curve to hit enemies. No. I'm sure you used to be able to fire a big fuck-off Destructo disc. Oh, is it there now? There it is. Fire a giant disc. Whoa, I thought we'd lost it. Yes! Yes! Dragon, dragon, up the dragon. Dragon Ball Z. Fuck! Now that is what you fucking want, is it not? Those last ages. And the one thing that I will say is, when you first start playing the game, and... oh, they're just gonna fucking do him continually. Awesome. When you first start playing the game, these are the sort of things that you'll find and you'll be like, I'm doing a run with that, and you can make it ridiculously powerful, and you can have your Dragon Ball Z fun. And again, remember, anything that I'm showing you here can be done jumping, wall running, sliding, upside down, in the air, whatever you want. We got it all. So that's Hypno discs, Destructo discs rather. What else do we have? We have ice with blood magic, and that fires like, I think that splits into blood ghosts when it hits an enemy. Again, some of Ice's things are a little bit underwhelming, but Ice and Fire is very good. Here's another cool thing as well. So, remember I was saying about combinations? Fire plus Ice gives us this haze magic, and then if we point and fire, we get a unibeam, but that fucking destroys mana, and you can get that up to 3 if I remember rightly. 1 out of... oh, is that a different one? I think it's 1 out of each hand and 1 out of your third eye, I guess. Now, what else are we missing? Oh, any Mary Poppinses amongst you? We can fly. This one's, I believe, one of Von's favourites. Again, if you put the discounted, you can basically fly forever. So, the beauty of this one is not only can you fly, but if you are in an ally's area of effect of the spell, you heal them. So that is actually the support character's kind of weapon of choice, and it also does damage to enemies, and it can get nasty later on as well. Oh, we haven't looked at Ice Ultimate. Is a laser beam that fires off and then just icicles all over the place. And you know how... no, the ice, some of the combined ice stuff is really cool. It just isn't as effective a magic as some of the others. This one, however, is quite... it's one of the few... doesn't seem to be working quite, or maybe it's just where I am. But that's making like a shelf of ice that I'm moving on. It used to work a lot better than that. Oh, no, hang on. Maybe it's because I did it. No, doing it wrong. Wait for mana, jump. Yeah, it seems to be getting caught on itself. I don't know if that's me. It used to work really well, but you see that I'm getting a shelf of ice that I can stand on as a platform when that's working properly, I'll have to report that one because that one seems to have been a bit broken now. But when that one's working properly, you just proper fly through the air like fucking Iceman does that in one of the X-Men films where he's firing the ice in front of him and sliding along it, and you're basically doing that. The beauty of that one is if you get it up high enough, it has a damaging effect to enemies and also shields you as well, so you become a bit of a walking area of effect damage tank, and it doesn't cane your mana quite as badly either. What other ones are there? This is where I'll forget things. Oh, that one's just a straight up explosion now. That one's awesome. That one's the like fucking haze dragon. What else we got? That one's just standard. Blood and that one. Blood and... Yeah, he does that too. Oh, we've done all of these, haven't we? Yeah. Oh, we didn't do that one. And then this is what, again, as I was saying, the combinations for magic are just silly. I would rate them. Blood magic is clearly the strongest. Vault magic is, I think, probably one of the easiest ones for style. I will demonstrate something with this for those of you who stuck around to the end, because it's, well, a bit of an exploit, but I think it'll help you. Vault magic is really good for getting your style up and can kill enemies quite quickly. The only problem is you're standing still a lot. I did allude to this earlier on. I think I lost my train of thought. Fire magic is fantastic with its like ultimate, because you start off with it, and once you get one level up in magic and you get it to Mastery 2 within the game, so like picking up one of the little file things as a rewarder from the chest, you can start firing off the big fireballs, and they just absolutely rinse, especially the earlier levels, so concentrate on that. Ice magic is a little bit underwhelming, but one of the things that can happen, and this will happen to you early game, is if you have a weapon, say... I'll do it this way around. I'll go that one on there and then put the ice magic on there. If you have a weapon and you are firing away, enemy projectiles can hit your lovely weapons. They have durability. Mine are quite high now because I've leveled everything up. These can break. When they break, they become basically a stump of a gun. It can be quite mana intensive to chuck that away and do another one, especially if the mana is low. What you can do is imbue a weapon with ice and it fully repairs it, and it also adds to the durability of the weapon whilst it's in that state. I believe, because I did ask the devs, because I can't really find out any other way, I believe that ice magic is the only magic that has like a really special effect on weapons. The other ones add additional effects or damage, but this actually repairs broken weapons, which is really cool. So it's still the weakest of the magics, but it gets a little bit more of a pass because it's got some versatility, and you also need ice magic to make some of the more busted magics in the game. So again, this is what I'm getting at. Everything's viable. Everything is really fucking viable. Staffs we've looked at. Blood magic we've looked at in depth. You've got Doggo there as well. There's the Sweeper's Broom, which I won't go into. You've also got the enemy weapons, which you get from Unholy, and then you've got the support abilities, which are on you as standard: Levitation, Blast, Unarmed, Unholy. Again, you have 4 slots for your auxiliaries. There is no reason not to have these equipped if you are doing a run or beginning the game. As soon as you've got them, get them on, because then they're able to be leveling up whether you are using them or not. Is that everything? So blood magic, charge magic, haze magic, laser magic, they're all combinations of the above. Bullets we've seen, the various enemy blades, these little linkers, because it isn't explained anywhere to my knowledge. Maybe it's obvious, I don't know. But these little linkers mean that you need something else on to be able to put them on your build. For instance, to be able to use Pride's Katana or Butcher's Knife or Fury's Blade, I need to have Unholy Magic equipped. Unarmed, we've looked at a little bit. And then Vault, Frost, and Fire Magic. The bow, of course, we've had a good old play around with. And yeah, that's... Oh, I didn't show the axe actually off properly. Let's just have a quick check on that one. Half of these I have to summon, and then I'm like, how do you use it again? So you can switch it round to be a proper fucking double axe. All of the weapons, sorry, the axe and the blade now have these abilities on the end of them where you can just use them as a fucking lawnmower now when you two-hand them. Is it that way? You can fire that off like a glaive, and if I remember rightly, that'll just like bounce around all the different enemies and kind of home in on them, yeah, and do its thing. So if you really like Krull, this may be the weapon for you. And then you can just have a good old standard dwarven double-headed bearded axe there if you want it, and you can then launch the other half off as well. So, but it's a very cool design that slots into that and makes a full axe. Almost like a halberd, really. A bit longer than it would be, I suppose. And then can switch back as well. So, axes are cool. Not so great on the throwing, but... I wonder if there's anything I'm missing on that. It's been a while since I picked the old axe up. So, pull it out quickly to deal more damage, so it's more of an execution weapon as well. Here's our health is stunned. Flip the axe, blah, blah, blah. Power throw, yeah. Axe glaive, yeah, mid-swing, send it flying out. Yeah, so that is the axe. Crescent moon, front blade. Oh yeah, you can see you can add abilities to add even more to the unleashing of the glaives for that one. Well, I think we have it there, ladies and gentlemen. I have probably covered maybe some of the details of the game. There's a lot to do. There's a lot of cool stuff within this game. There's a lot that you can play around with. There's a lot that you can find out. I would challenge anybody to play this game for the 2 hours that you can get it before you can refund. Maybe that would be a bit short, because you'd have to get some things unlocked. But I'd say there's something here for absolutely everybody, and that's kind of what the devs have gone for. You've got all these different weapons, and like, I know games where you could have got away with just the magic system and it would have been a fantastic game. Just the guns would have been just a fantastic game. Just the weapons, just the unarmed would be a fantastic game. But they've got it all. I was saying about being able to customize your character as well. You can change your skin to some silly skin colors, or just stick to a devilish red for now. But you can also change the veiny colors as well. So if you like being veiny, and these will glow when you do your spells and shit, which is very cool. Lots of different masks. The one thing that I will say out of all of this, because I've got to put some negatives in, it can't all be positives. I do think a lot of the cosmetics are a little bit underwhelming. The skin, brilliant. Veins, brilliant. More colours, and the veins more pulsy and pronounced. But again, we're dealing with Quest graphics. Maybe a little bit more on the costumes. Definitely a female avatar. Why they haven't got that in, I think, is related to the fact that there is a bit of story within this game. There's actually quite a lot of story within this game, but you don't have to engage within any of it. A lot of these masks, I mean, that one's pretty fucking cool because it's all shiny and chrome, but a lot of these masks for me are a little bit underwhelming. But I don't know. Thing is, that's the default one, and I think that one looks cool as fuck. And they led with that, and then you get all of the other ones, and they're just, I don't know, man. That one's cool as anything, and the other ones are just pale in comparison. That one's pretty good, but yeah. Well, I think that's all I have to say about that I can remember for now. What we'll see about doing is there's an update again coming for this game quite soon. Then all the bugs, I believe, are quashed, and then they can actually start pushing on with some more content for this game. They are working on a specific player katana at the moment, which, I don't know, I've looked at it and it's like double-ended, and I think it's going to work along the lines of, if anybody has played the Ronin class from the game Broken Edge, where you have your sword sheathed and you unsheathe it for various effects. I think that's the kind of gameplay loop that they're going for with the katana, which, to be fair, would be great because it would make it so much different from the katana slash an adachi that we've already got, and the sword and the mace and the axe. It would just be another way. And then, I don't know, it's just more levels and more bosses and more co-op stuff and just more stuff and bits and pieces. One of the other things that I didn't get a chance to cover as well, there is a full and quite extensive tutorial here. You can start it and go into the levels, or you can just go and practice and train with various bits and bobs. And challenge. This challenge changes every week. Now that I've told you how to get style, you'll easily be able to top these leaderboards. And if you are good with the current roster of things that are on that challenge, you'll easily be able to get the time. I know I can, but I like to give other people a chance. Like the style, maybe not the time one, definitely the style one. I know how style works in this game, down to a T. I can get that. I can probably get 3 or 4 times that in the first level alone, because we've got blood magic for starters. But you can, when you understand the magic system, you can kind of do it with anything. So, and you'll get a a tailored loadout, and then specific enemies and a specific boss battle. So look at this here. This one is, why has it got that there? Have they added that enemy into the bosses? That's quite cool. There is also one boss, sub-boss, that we haven't seen yet, called Treachery. I'll save that for another stream. And that can be the bombshell that we end it on. This has been the awesome Hellsweeper, running natively on the Quest 3. I have been Silver Tongue Devil. Good night.